E misero I e famio Roman 2, e artixan Roman 3, e mercedante, e zentalomo. V e chavalier Roman 6, e dox, Roman 7, e re Roman 8, e imperator via, e papa x. D calliope Roman 11, d urania Roman 12, d terpsichore Roman 13, d erato. Zi d polymnia, Roman 15, d thalia Roman 16, d melpomene, Roman 17, d euterpe, Roman 18, d Clio x vi d Apollo, Roman 20. C grammatica Roman 21, C loica Roman 22, C rhetorica Roman 23, C geometria x zi, C arithmetica Roman 25, C musica Roman 26, C poesia Roman 27, C philosophia Roman 28, C astrologia xxx vi 39, C theologia xxx. B iliaco Roman 30, 1b chronico Roman 32, B cosmico Roman 33, B temperantia xxzi. B Piarvidentia Roman 35, B Forteza Roman 36, B Justitia Roman 37, B Charita Roman 38, B Speranza XXXVI, B Feed XXXX. A Luna XXXXI, A Mercurio XXXI, A Venus XXXZI, A Sol XXXZI, A Marte XXXXV, A Jupiter XXXXVI, A Saturno XXXXVI, A Octava Spira XXXXVI 48, A Primo Mobile XXXXVI 49, A Prima Causa XXXXX. Having now given such an account of the so-called tarocchi cards, as may enable the reader to determine for himself, both with respect to their original use and their relation to playing cards proper, I shall now proceed to notice some of the principal varieties of numeral cards. That is, of cards consisting of 4 suits, and each suit containing a certain number of coat cards, together with 8 or 10 lower cards, having their numeral value designated by the marks of the suit to which they belong. The oldest specimens of undoubted playing cards are either stenciled or engraved on wood, and of a date which, looking at the style of their execution, the drawing, and the costume of the figures, cannot fairly be supposed to be later than 1440. Amongst the earliest are the stenciled cards preserved in the print room of the British Museum and previously described at page 89. In these, the coat cards appear to have been a king, a chevalier, and a fonte, footman, or knave, without any queen. The marks of 3 of the suits are hearts, bells, and acorns. The mark of the 4th suit does not occur as the specimens preserved are far short of a complete pack, but it is highly probable that it was leaves, called grun by the Germans, as in the old pack formerly belonging to Dr. Stukely, and described by Mr. Goh in the 8th volume of the Archaeologia. The cards formerly belonging to Dr. Stukely were given to him by Thomas Rawlinson, Esquire. They were found in the cover of an old book, supposed to be an edition of Claudian, printed before the year 1500, and 1 or 2 leaves of an edition of the Adagia of Erasmus were interspersed between the layers of the cards, thus forming a kind of pasteboard. The marks of the suits are hearts, bells, leaves, and acorns, and the coat cards are the king, chevalier, and knave. The numeral value of the lower cards, from the deuce to the 10, is indicated by a repetition of the marks of the suits, as in modern cards. As there is no ace, this pack, supposing it to be complete, would consist of 48 cards. These cards are rudely colored and of smaller size than those in the British Museum. On the deuce of every suit is a shield, displaying what is supposed to be the cardmaker's arms, namely, a kind of pickaxe, with one of the ends blunt like a hammer, and a mallet in saltire. Facsimiles of Dr. Stukely's cards are given in Singer's researches. As the distinctive marks of the suits on the oldest cards in existence are hearts, bells, leaves, and acorns, it may reasonably be supposed that these marks were used at as early a period as any of the others which occur on cards of a later date, but yet executed before the close of the 15th century. Next to these in point of antiquity, and perhaps of as early a date, are swords, cups, batons, and money, which would appear to have been the most common marks on early Italian cards, and to have been almost exclusively adopted in Spain. For the sake of distinction, in future, cards with these marks will be referred to as Spanish cards, as in Spain the suits are still distinguished by swords, cups, batons, and money, while cards having hearts, bells, leaves, and acorns will be referred to as German cards, as such appear to have been the kind most generally used in Germany. Of the marks on what were more particularly called French cards, in the 16th century, cur, trèfle, pique, and carreau, or as we call them, hearts, clubs, spades, and diamonds, 2 of them at least, the cur and the pique, are evidently derived from the heart and the leaf of the earlier pack, while there is good reason to believe that the form of the trefoil was copied from that of the acorn. The mark now called the trefoil in France was formerly known as the fleur. Paynot, referring to a poem entitled La Magdalene au dessert de la Sainte-Baume en Provence, printed at Lyon in 1668, says, "We learn from this poem that in 1668 the word trefoil was not yet in use as the designation of one of the suits of cards. That suit was then called fleurs. The valets were also then termed fous. The type of the carreau, or diamond, is not to be found in any of the marks of the other two packs above noticed. In the time of Pietro Aretine, the suits of French cards appear to have been known in Italy by the names of cori, quadri, fiori, and caperi, as we learn from his carte parlanti, first printed in 1545, in which a Paduan cardmaker holds a long dialogue, moral and entertaining, with his cards. Paduan, as French cards are used in Italy, tell me, I pray, what amongst that people may be the signification of capers? Cards, their piquancy whets the appetite of tavern haunters. Paduan and the diamonds. Cards, the firmness of the player. Paduan and the hearts. Cards, inclination to cheat and play. Paduan and the flowers. Cards, the pleasure of saying a good thing. The invention of cards with these marks, and having a queen for the second coat card, instead of a male figure, as in the Spanish and German cards, has been claimed by the French. And this substitution has been considered by some French writers as peculiarly characteristic of the gallantry of their nation. The French also appear to have been the first who gave to their coat cards the names of historical personages. From those names, and the marks of the suits, Pierre Daniel has been enabled to discover the origin and meaning of the game of piquet, which he supposes to have been devised about 1430 in the reign of Charles Roman VII. Admitting, however, that playing cards of another kind were of a much earlier date, but yet considering even these to have been of French invention. In the time of Pierre Daniel, the coat cards were named as follows: suit kings, queens, valets. Cur, Charlemagne, Judith, La Hire Caro, Caesar, Rachel, Hector, Trefoil, Alexander, Arjun, Lancelot, Pique, David, Pallas, Hogier. These names, which appear to have been given to the French coat cards at an early period, were not uniformly retained. In the time of Henry Roman IV, the kings were Solomon, Augustus, Clovis, and Constantine, and the queens Elizabeth, Dido, Clotilda, and Pantalycia, while the valets had no proper names, but were merely designated from their office, and all the characters appeared in the costume of the period. In the reign of Louis Roman XIV, however, the former names and an antique costume were restored. According to Pierre Daniel's reading of the cards, which is of the same ingenious character as that of the soldier who is said to have used his pack as a manual of devotions, the ace is the Latin as a piece of money, which also signifies wealth. And as money is the sinews of war, the ace has for this reason the precedence at piquet. The trefoil, or clover plant, which abounds in the meadows of France, denotes that a general ought always to encamp his army in a place where he may obtain forage for his cavalry. Piques and carreaux signify magazines of arms, which ought always to be well stored. The carreaux were a kind of heavy arrows which were shot from a crossbow, and which were so called from their heads being squared. Curs, hearts, signified the courage of the commanders and the soldiers. David, Alexander, Caesar, and Charlemagne are at the head of the four suits at piquet, because troops, however brave and numerous, yet require prudent and experienced leaders. The queens are Arjun for trefoil, Rachel for carreau, Pallas for pique, and Judith for cur. In Arjun, Pierre Daniel finds the anagram of Regina, and having made this capital discovery, he is enabled to determine that this queen was Mary of Anjou, wife of Charles Roman VII. Rachel represents the fair Agnes Sorel, mistress of Charles Roman VII, and the chaste and warlike Pallas is but an emblem of Joan of Arc. Judith is not the Jewish heroine who cut off the head of Holofernes, but the Empress Judith, wife of Louis le Debonair. But even this Judith is merely a representative of Isabel of Bavaria, wife of Charles Roman VI. In David, he sees a typification of Charles Roman VII in consequence of a conformity in their destinies. David, after having been long persecuted by Saul, his father-in-law, at length obtained the crown. But in the midst of his prosperity, was troubled with the revolt of his son Absalom. And Charles Roman VII, after having been disinherited and proscribed by his father Charles Roman VI, or rather by Isabel of Bavaria gloriously reconquered his kingdom. But the latter years of his life were rendered unhappy by the restless spirit and wicked character of his son, Louis I. In his account of the valets, Pier Daniel is not so imaginative as in the explication of the double and triple characters, which he sees represented by the kings and queens. La Hire is the famous Stephen de Vignoles, surnamed La Hire, a devoted adherent of Charles Roman VII, while Hector is supposed to be intended for Hector de Gallard, another famous captain of the same period. Hogier and Lancelot are allowed to pass simply in their own proper characters, as heroes of romance. It would appear to be the opinion of Mons Duchesne that the oldest French piquet cards that have been discovered are those formerly belonging to a Mons Hennin, who found them in the cover of an old book, Mons Hennin having disposed of them to Messrs. Colnaghi, the well-known printsellers of London. They were purchased of the latter for the Bibliothèque du Roi. They are engraved on wood and colored, and in the table of contents prefixed to the Jeu de Tarot et de Cartes numériles, it is asserted they were executed about 1425. But whatever may be their date, they are not, in my opinion, of so early a period as either the old uncolored cards, preserved in the British Museum, previously described at page 88, or as those formerly belonging to Dr. Stukeley. I indeed question much if they be really older than the colored French cards, the 4 valets, now in the British Museum, and of which some account will be found in a subsequent page. The old French cards in question have the outlines printed in pale ink, and the colors appear to have been applied by means of a stencil. There are 10 of them, all impressed on one piece of paper, and they are placed in 2 rows of 5 each in the following order. Valet, King and Queen of Truffle. King and Queen of Carreau, Valet, Queen and King of Pique, Queen and King of Cur. On each of those cards, except the King of Cur, there is an inscription in Gothic letters. On the Valet of Truffle is the name Rollin, while the King is named Fautsu, Penniless, and the Queen Trompery, Deceit. The King of Carreau bears the name Corsub, which in old romances is the name given to a Saracen king, and on the Queen of Carreau is the inscription En toi ti fi trust to thyself. That is, says Mons Duchesne, ni ti fi quen toi trust to thyself only. The Valet of Pique bears an inscription which Mons Duchesne reads Citard, and of which he says he can make nothing. On the Queen of Pique is an inscription which appears to Mons Duchesne to be T out dict, but the meaning of which he cannot divine. Mons Leber, however, reads it laete du lil homage, and so gives it in unmistakable characters in the copy of this card in his Etudes historiques. The King of Pique bears the name of Apollon, which is the name given to a Saracen idol in old romances. The inscription on the Queen of Cur is La foi et pdu, la foi est perdu, faith is lost. It is supposed that there was also an inscription on the King of Cur, but that it has been cut off, as this card is deficient in its due proportions. The annexed 4 cards, executed in their proper colors, are copied from those given by Mons Leber in his Etudes historiques. The whole 10 are given in the Jeu de Tarot et de Jeu numériles, published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais. Mons Leber considers that the names Corsub and Apollon, which occur on these cards, corroborate his opinion that cards were of Eastern origin and introduced into Europe by the Saracens or Arabs, though agreeing with Mons Leber in the opinion that cards are of Eastern origin. I cannot yet see how this opinion is confirmed by 2 names, which, as designating a Moorish king and a Mahometan idol, appear to have been merely the invention of a French romance writer, and to have been capriciously bestowed upon a king of diamonds and a king of hearts by an old French cardmaker. The supposition, indeed, that figures with these names were to be found on old Arabic cards is most preposterous. There is not a shadow of evidence to show that any characters, whether real or imaginary, were ever popularly known by these names amongst people of Arabic origin. And even if there were, the painting them upon cards would have been considered as a violation of the law of Mahomet, by whom all such representations were strictly prohibited. With equal probability, Mons Leber might assert that cards were a Jewish invention, because the names of David, Rachel, and Judith are to be found on them, or that piquet was invented in the time of Charlemagne, in consequence of one of the kings bearing his name, and 2 of the valets being named after 2 of his paladins, Hogier and Roland. The long note in the Précis historique sur les cartes à jouer, pp. 1317, on the subject of Corsub and Apollon and Mons. Leber's more lengthy comment on it have much of the character of that kind of discussion, which was compared by Demonax to one man milking a he-goat and another holding a sieve to catch the milk. The originals of the annexed 4 cards, representing the valets, or knaves, of the 4 suits known in England as hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades, are in my opinion of at least as early a date as the cards containing the names Corsub and Apollon. Mons. Duchesne and Mons. Leber, judging from the costume of the last-named cards, agree in supposing, or rather confidently asserting, that they were executed about 1425, in the reign of Charles Roman VII. Conclusions, however, drawn from the costume displayed on cards are not of much weight in the determination of a date, seeing that persons supposed to be well acquainted with the subject of costume have not been able to determine, from that alone, the date of any old drawing, even within 50 years. To whatever period the costume of the Corsub cards may belong, that of the 4 knaves may be fairly presumed to be of as early a period. But yet, looking at the costume of the latter, and the style of their execution, I should not take them to be of an earlier date than 1480. Supposing them to be of that date, I think it will be generally admitted, by all acquainted with the subject, that, in point of drawing, as expressive of action and character, they may fairly rank with the best specimens of wood engraving executed previously to that period. Those 4 knaves, which are now in the print room of the British Museum, were discovered by the writer in the covers of an old book which he bought of Mr. Robert Crozier, bookseller, 27 Bow Street, about the latter end of December, 1841. The book, which is a small quarto, had formerly belonged to the Cathedral Library of Peterborough, and its subject is the Sermons of St. Vincent de Ferrer, a Spanish friar of great repute in his day, who died in 1419. It wanted both the title page and the last leaf, and consequently had no date. But looking at the character of the typehold Gothic and the rude execution of the initial letters, I should conclude that it was printed in France within the last 10 years of the 15th century. The other leaves forming with the cards, the boards of the cover, were portions of the gloss or commentary of Nicholas de Lyra on the Old Testament, which leaves, apparently, are of a date somewhat older than the volume. Seeing that old cards have so often been found in the covers of old books, it might be conjectured that certain pious persons had made it a point of conscience to thus employ them, for useful purposes. This supposition is, however, rendered untenable by the fact of those cards being intermixed with the pious lucubrations of Nicholas de Lyra. Besides the 2 squares of paper containing the 4 knaves, there were also 2 other squares, consisting of pips of diamonds and hearts, which were so arranged that each square of paper might be cut into 4 cards. The low cards on one square were the 9, 4, 5, and 7 of diamonds, and those on the other, the 10, 4, 5, and 8 of hearts. The pips on those low cards were evidently impressed by means of a stencil. On one square of paper were the valets of clubs and spades, Lancelot and Hogier, and on another, the valets of diamonds and hearts, that of diamonds being named Rollant, and that of hearts containing the inscription, Valerie. Though each piece of paper contained 4 cards, it yet displayed only 2 different characters, the valet of each suit occurring on it being repeated in the alternate compartments. The outlines of the figures and the names have evidently been engraved on wood, and are printed in a brownish color something like Indian ink mixed with beester, and the colors have been laid on by means of stencils. The names of these valets, Rollant, Valerie, Lancelot, and Hogier, compared with those occurring on other French cards of an early date, seem to prove that, originally, the French coat cards received their names merely at the caprice of the cardmaker. Any argument, therefore, respecting the origin of cards, or the invention of piquet, as founded on the names of the coat cards, must be utterly without foundation. With respect to the names of those valets, it seems to be generally agreed that Roland, spelled Rollant on the cards, was the nephew of Charlemagne, so famed in romance, and that Hogier or Augier was the renowned Hogier of Denmark. According to a modern author, this hero was a grandson of Pepin of Herestol, the great-grandfather of Charlemagne, and the appellation of Denmark was conferred on him, not from his being of that kingdom, but from his being a native of Danemarke, that is, of the district now called Ardennes. The same author also informs us that Hogier was a descendant of Saint Hubert of Ardennes, and, for a confirmation of the fact, refers to the dog seen in an old valet of spades, of which he gives a copy in his work. In the irregular line of the more distant ground, in the same card, he sees an indication of the uneven surface of the district of Ardennes. An inspection of the 4 valets in question will enable any person to decide on the value of his speculations. 3 of those valets, Roland, Hogier, and Lancelot, are accompanied by dogs, and the line of the more distant ground in 2 of the subjects is nearly level, while the slight eminence in the third Roland evidently indicates a rabbit burrow. If such stuff as Mons. Berrois drivels forth on the subject of cards pass for antiquarian knowledge in France. It would seem that an ass-load of useless book learning constituted the grand qualification of a French antiquary. With respect to Lancelot, the reader is left to determine whether the name were intended for one of the paladins of the court of Charlemagne or Lancelot du Lac, one of the knights of King Arthur's Round Table. The appearance of this name on the valet of clubs proves that Daniel was right in his conjecture, as has been previously observed, though Mons. Leber seems to argue that he either was or ought to have been wrong. The name Valerie, which occurs on the Knave of Hearts, has not been found on any one of the other old cards hitherto discovered, and from the circumstance of its having the letter F after it, which might be intended to signify Fesset, it might be supposed that it was the card-maker's name. It is, however, to be observed that the word Fesset is a very rare occurrence, as signifying the work of the artist whose name precedes it on engravings, for whatever purpose executed, of the 15th century. It may even be asserted, with small hazard of contradiction, that F as an abbreviation of Fesset, in its artistic application, is not to be found on a single engraving, whether on wood or copper, executed previous to the year 1500. For whatever person the name of Valerie may have been intended, it seems certain that it is not to be found as that of a distinguished character in any of the old French romances. Mons. Paulin Paris, having been consulted on this subject, thus gives his opinion in a letter addressed to his friend, Thomas Wright, Esquire, so well known for his numerous publications on Middle-Age literature. The name of the valet of hearts seems to me extremely curious, for it ought necessarily to bring to mind the name of Erard de Valery, the famous companion of Charles of Anjou, King of Sicily, to whom his contemporaries chiefly ascribed the gain of the Battle of Tagliacozza, in which Manfred, the opponent of Charles, was killed. It might therefore be supposed that the pack was either of Sicilian or Italian fabrication, for the names Lancelot, Roland, Augier, and Valerie were equally familiar to the Sicilians of the 14th century. I have said a few words about this Erard de Valery in the article on Charles of Anjou in my MISERO François. Though by no means agreeing with Mons, Paulin Paris, that these cards were either of Italian devising or manufacture, I am yet inclined to think that his conjecture about the name of Valerie is correct, and that a corroboration of it is to be found in the inscription on the valet de pique in the Corsub cards previously noticed at page 211. This inscription is Red Cetard by Mons. Duchesne, but to my eye, the letters, as they appear in the facsimile given in the specimens of cards published by the Society of Bibliophiles François, appear much more like the name Erard. And if, on a careful examination of the original, it should be ascertained that this was the word intended, I should then unhesitatingly conclude that the person represented by this card was Erard de Valery. The objection that one of those cards is the valet of hearts, and the other the valet of spades, is of no weight, for the old French card-makers were by no means consistent in the practice of always giving the same name to the same card. From the red rose which appears on the shield held by Valery, an Englishman might be justified in supposing that those cards, if not of English manufacture, were more especially, if not exclusively, fabricated for the English market at a period shortly after the accession of Henry Roman VII, when the red rose of Lancaster had obtained the ascendancy. By assuming, indeed, a small portion of French license on this subject, it might even be asserted that those cards were of English manufacture, seeing that they were discovered in the covers of a book which had formerly belonged to an English monastery, and that the features, expression, and bodily proportions of the valise are rather characteristic of Englishmen than Frenchmen. In support of this speculation, it may further be observed that, in former times, monks were accustomed to act as their own bookbinders, and that there is reason to believe that playing cards were manufactured in England as early as 1463. In the latter quarter of the 15th century, several packs, or sets, of cards were engraved on copper, having the suits distinguished by figures evidently introduced according to the fancy of the artist, and bearing no resemblance to those which occur on cards of an earlier date. As the art of engraving on copper was then of recent invention, and its productions comparatively scarce and high-priced, it may be concluded that those cards were chiefly intended for the amusement of the wealthier classes. Though Mons. Leber is of opinion that such cards were not intended for the purpose of play, it is yet certain that they might be so employed, seeing that they consist of the same number of suits as the common cards of the period, and have also in each suit, like the latter, a certain number of coat cards, and a certain number of others which have their value determined by the number of marks impressed on them. One of Mons. Leber's reasons for concluding that such cards were not intended for the purposes of play is that, being delicately engraved on copper, it cannot be supposed that they were meant to receive the coloring which, in his opinion, was essential to a pack of cards. It may, however, be observed that people may play very well with uncolored cards, more especially when the suits are so strikingly distinguished as in the cards alluded to. Perhaps the earliest specimens of the cards in question are those which have hares, paroquets, pinks, and columbines as the marks of the suits, and of which a complete pack, or set, of 52 pieces is now in the Bibliothèque du Roi. They are not cut up, but appear just as they came from the hands of the printer, and each separate piece of paper contains either 4 or 6 cards. The 4 aces form 1 plate, the numeral cards from 4 to 9 are contained on 4 plates, and the 2s and 3s appear promiscuously mixed with the coat cards on 5 plates more. Illustration: 1 circular cards, XVTH century, p. 222. Illustration: 2 circular cards, XVTH century, p. 222. Illustration: 3 circular cards, XVTH century, p. 222. Illustration: 4 circular cards, XVTH century, p. 222. The form of these cards is circular, and in each suit there are 4 coat cards, namely, a king, a queen, a squire, and a knave. The distinction between the 2 latter is not indeed very clearly expressed in the costume, though there cannot be a doubt that the lowest character is that which in each suit is represented as running, and thus plainly corresponding with the Italian fonti. The highest of the numeral cards is the 9, there being no 10 in this pack. The respective number of each is marked at the top in Arabic ciphers and at the bottom in Roman numerals. At the bottom also, within the outer circle of the border, are the letters TW, probably intended for the initials of the engraver. Whoever he might be, his name is unknown, and only one other subject of his engraving is noticed by Bartsch. In the annex specimens are shown the king, queen, and ace of hares, the squire of columbines, the deuce and squire of pinks, and the knave and 9 of paroquets. On each of the aces there is an inscription on a scroll, as on the ace of hares. On the latter, the language is Low German, Plattdeutsch, and the words form a rhyming couplet. Av me drint me vin, deram mo ike en lepus sin. The precise meaning of this it is not easy to make out, but taking the contracted word av to have been intended for all, a meadow, the couplet may be thus done into English. Me o'er fields men keen pursue, therefore I'm the hare you view. But supposing the word av to have been meant for augen, the eyes, and giving a slight turn to 1 or 2 other words, the meaning would be that the hare was called lepusque xylipus on account of its blear eyes. Mons. Duchesne says that, on the plate containing the aces, there is a date written in an old hand, but he omits to mention what it is. In the Jeu Descartes tarots et Descartes numérales, where all the 52 pieces are given, they are said to have been engraved about 1477. These cards, though of the same form, and having the same marks of the suits as those described by Bartsch and noticed by Singer, are yet the work of a different engraver. In the circular cards described by Bartsch and Singer, the inscription on the ace of hares is in Latin, and the initials of the engraver T, W, are wanting. From a wrapper, of which a facsimile is given by Singer, it would appear that those cards were engraved at Cologne, and it has been supposed that they are of as early a date as 1470. They are unquestionably the work of either a German or a Flemish artist, and some amateurs of engraving have erroneously ascribed them to Martin Scon or Skongor. Bartsch, in his description of them, includes a fifth suit, namely, that of roses, and says that each suit consisted of 13 cards, which would thus give 65 pieces for the complete pack. Mr. Singer, also, in his account of such of those cards as were formerly in the collection of Mr. Deuce, gives it as his opinion that the complete pack ought to consist of 5 suits of 14 cards, each in all, 70 pieces. Mons. Duchesne, however, thinks that those authors are wrong, and that the complete pack consisted of only 4 suits of 13 cards each, as displayed by those preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi. But as he entirely overlooks the difficulty of accounting for a suit of roses, engraved in the same style, he does not seem to be justified in pronouncing so decisively that Bartsch and Singer are wrong in supposing that a complete pack consisted of 5 suits. For it is by no means unlikely that a 5th suit might have been introduced by the artist, with a view of giving variety to the game, but which might have been subsequently discarded as inconsistent with the old established principles of the game, and as only making it more interesting. There is another pack, or set of cards, also engraved on copper, and of the same period as those last described, which seems to require some notice here, not only on account of the marks employed to distinguish the suits, but also on account of the means by which those marks were repeated on the different cards. The complete pack appears to have consisted of 52 pieces, each of the 4 suits containing 4 coat and 9 numeral cards the place of the 10, as in the other 2 packs, being supplied by a 4th coat card. The marks of these suits are 1. Human figures, 2. Bears and lions, 3. Deer, and 4. Birds. These cards are of large size, being about 5 inches and 7/8 high by about 3½ wide. The name of the engraver is unknown, but they are believed to be the work of the German artist usually known to amateurs as the Master of 1466. In the coat cards, the mark of the suit is impressed from a different plate, and as it sometimes occurs surrounded by the work of the coat card, it has been ascertained that in such instances a blank space had been left for its subsequent impression. The marks on the numeral cards were also printed in the same manner, by means of impressions from separate plates. In the collection of Thomas Wilson, Esquire, there were 29 of those cards, together with 14 drawings of other cards of the same pack, and 11 animals on separate plates, forming the marks of the suits. Those cards were purchased of Mr. Wilson by Mr. Tiffin, Princeler, West Strand, who again sold them to the Bibliothèque du Roi, where others of the same pack are also preserved. Facsimiles of 37 are given in the Jeu de Cartes Taros et de Cartes Numériels, published by the Society of Bibliophiles François. In the Table des Matières prefixed to that work, it is indeed said that there are 40, but on looking at their plate, no, 91, it will be perceived that the 3 coat cards there given do not properly belong to the pack in question, for the mark on 2 of them is a kind of flower something like a sweet pea, and on the other it is a rose. Mons. Duchesne, who appears to have supplied the Précis historique prefixed to the work above named, should have distinctly mentioned that the 3 coat cards in question were not of the same pack or set, which has human figures, bears and lions, deer and birds, as the marks of the suits. If they really did belong to the same pack, it must then have consisted of at least 6 suits. The annexed 4 cards, engraved on copper, are copied from specimens given by Breitkopf in his Enquiry into the Origin of Playing Cards, who there describes them as German piquet cards of the 15th century with trappola characters. The complete pack appears to have consisted of 52 cards, each of the 4 suits containing a king, queen, and valet, or knave, as we term the character, together with 10 numeral cards. The marks of the suits were swords, clubs proper, not trefoils, cups, and pomegranates. The latter mark is substituted for that of money, and was perhaps intended by the artist to commemorate the marriage of Philip the Fair, son of the Emperor Maximilian, with Joanna, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, King and Queen of Spain, who, on their subjugation of the Kingdom of Granada in 1497, appear to have adopted the granada, or pomegranate, as one of their badges. The cards unquestionably belong to that period, and in support of the speculation, it may be further observed that they are generally ascribed to Israel van Mecke, who, as a native of Bocholt, was a subject of Philip, who inherited the Netherlands, in right of his mother, Mary of Burgundy. Von Meer, in the second volume of his journal, gives a description of a nearly complete pack of those cards, which were then in the possession of a gentleman named Silberad, residing at Nuremberg, but which are now in the British Museum. He calls them old Trappola cards and says that they are certainly of an earlier date than the time of Israel van Mecke the Younger, or rather, that they were engraved by Israel the Elder. The suits, he says, are distinguished after the Italian manner by spade, cop, denari represented by pomegranates, and bastoni. The cards displayed in the preceding specimens are the deuce of swords, the valet of cups, the 10 of pomegranates, and the 10 of clubs. In the latter, the club seen on the banner is rough and knotty, and not an artificially formed baton, as is sometimes seen on old Italian cards. It has previously been observed that the bastoni were sometimes called colon, from their being something like slender pillars. It would appear, from the testimony of contemporary authors, that the cards most commonly used in Italy in the latter part of the 15th century were those which had spade, cop, bastoni, and danari swords, cups, batons, and money as the marks of the suits. These continued to be the common marks on Italian cards in the 16th century and even to a much later period, and such also would appear to have been the marks of the cards used in Spain from the period of their first introduction into that country to the present day. The annexed woodcuts, copied from a plate in Breitkopf, are the sevens of each of the 4 suits in a pack of tarots. The marks are precisely the same as in modern tarots, and there is reason to believe that they are nearly the same, with respect to form, as those of the earliest Italian tarocchi cards, properly so called. The relation which the marks of the suits bear to each other in the 3 varieties of cards most generally known in Europe will perhaps be best understood from the following summary, which shows, at one view, the names given to the suits of each variety in the country where such cards were chiefly used. German cards. German names of the suits: Herzen oder Roth, Grün, Eicheln, Schellen, hearts or red, green leaves, acorns, bells. Spanish and Italian cards. Spanish names: Copes, espadas, bastos, oros. Italian names: cop, spade, bastoni, denari. Cups, swords, clubs or batons, money. French cards. French names: cur, pique, trèfle, carreau, hearts, spades, clubs, diamonds. In the oldest cards of the German and Spanish type, there appears to have been no queen. In the German pack, the second coat card was a kind of superior officer, distinguished as Ober, upper, superior, while the third, corresponding with our knave, was named Unter, inferior. The Spaniards called the second coat card Caballo the horseman or knight, and the knave they called soda, a word which in the dictionary of the Spanish Academy is said to be derived from the Italian sodo, signifying under. The Italians called their second coat card Cavallo and the third Fonti. In each of the 4 suits, the principal coat card was the king. It would, however, appear that at an early period, the Italians occasionally substituted a queen for the cavallo. And if the cards formerly belonging to the Marquis Girolamo be really of so early a date as is assigned to them by Millen, it would seem that the French have no just title to the honor of being the first to introduce a queen as the second coat card, and that in having made place aux dames in the pack, they had only followed the example set them by the Italians. Millen's notice of those cards is to the following effect. In the collection of the Marquis Girolamo, at Venice, there are some cards of very early date about the beginning of the 15th century. They are larger than the ordinary cards of the present day. They are also very thick, and the material of which they are formed resembles the cotton paper of ancient manuscripts. The figures, which are impressed imprimes on a gold ground, consist of 3 kings, 2 queens, and 2 valets, one of the last being on horseback. Each figure has a baton, a sword, or a piece of money. The design is very like that of Jacobolo del Fiore, but the work has the appearance of impression, and the colors seem to have been applied by means of a stencil. They are the most ancient specimens of their kind. As the names, clubs and spades, given to 2 of the suits in this country, by no means correspond with the marks by which they are distinguished, to wit, The French trèfle and piquet am inclined to consider them as the old names for the suits of bastoni and spade, clubs being merely a translation of bastoni, and spades probably a corruption of spade or espadas, swords. From these names, indeed, it may be fairly supposed that the cards first known in England were those having swords, clubs, cups, and money as the marks of the suits, and that two of those suits retained their names when the old cards of Spanish or Italian type were superseded by those of more recent French design. There are also other circumstances which strengthen the conclusion that cards, on their first introduction into England, as a popular game, were brought either from Spain or Italy. The character of the third coat card, the knave or jack, is more in accordance with the Spanish soda or the Italian fonti than with the French valet, which, in the earliest French cards, always bears the name of some person of note, either in romance or history. The term valet, at the time when it was first bestowed on the third coat card by the French, did not signify a gentleman's gentleman or a menial servant, but was more especially applied to young noblemen, Ducti Regis, holding appointments at court. The term knave was never applied, like valet, to signify a courtier or person of distinction. It was used to signify a serving man of low condition. It seems to be derived from the same root as the German knab, the primary meaning of which is a boy, but which was also used, in the same way as the Latin puer, to signify a servant. Subsequently, the term knave became obsolete in the sense of servant and was exclusively applied to designate a dishonest person. The term jack, another name for the knave of cards, was in former times very frequently applied to a serving man of low degree, without any regard to the name which might have been given to him by his godfathers and godmothers. Though Dr. Johnson and most other English lexicographers derive the term jackanapes from jack and ape, and though this derivation seems to be supported by the meaning attached to the term by one of the earliest writers who makes use of it, yet jackanapes, that is, jack of cards, is at least as probable in etymology, and much more so than that of Jack Sinapa, suggested by Sharon Turner in his History of England, from which the following passage is extracted. In the British Museum, Vesp. B. 16, is a ballad written at this time on the catastrophes of the Duke of Suffolk and his friends. Temp. Henner, Roman 6, May 1450. It treats these horrors with an exulting levity, which shows the barbarous unfeelingness of political rancor, but it is curious for giving the names of those friends of the government who were most hated by the people. They are the clerical statesmen who were employed either in the offices of government or on its embassies, and it shows how much the dominant church had, by these employments, become identified with the crown. It designates the Duke of Suffolk by the cant term of jackanapes, and is perhaps the earliest instance we have of the abusive application of the word jackanapes. Our lexicographers derive this word from jack and ape, but the ballad shows that napes was a term of derision signifying a knave, and must therefore be the Saxon sinapa, which bore also this meaning. This will explain the reason why our third figured card is called jack and also knave. The word jackanapes therefore seems to be jack sinapa and to mean Jack the Knave. In this sense it is applied to Suffolk. And as the knave is next in power at cards to the king and queen, the nickname may be used in the ballad with an allusion to Suffolk's being the prime minister of Henry and Margaret. The following are two of the stanzas of the ballad in which the term occurs. In the moneth of May, when grass grows green, fragrant in her flowers with sweet savour, Jack napes wold on the sea, a mariner to Ben, with his clogie and his chain to seek more tresser. Switch a pain pricked him, he asked a confessor. Nicholas said, I am ready the confessor to be. He was holden so that he ne passed that hour for Jack napes Saul, placebo et dirige. Mr. Turner's remark, that the ballad shows that napes was a term of derision, signifying a knave, and must therefore be the Saxon sinapa, does not appear to be well-founded. For if it were derived from sinapa, and merely signified a knave or cheat, it is difficult to conceive why it should be written napes and not knave or nape as required, according to Mr. Turner's etymology. Besides, it is evident from the context that, in the mind of the writer, the idea of a jackanapes was associated with that of a monkey, or an ape with his clog and his chain. That this was not the primary signification of the term may be confidently asserted, and no writer who has derived it from jack and ape has produced any authority to show that it originally meant a man who traveled about with apes or monkeys. In the following passage from a tract printed about 1540, the term jackanapes evidently refers to a mummer or buffoon in a party-colored dress, like that of a knave of cards. The writer, after having noticed the assembling of the poor on holidays at the Personas barn, and there committing idolater in maintenance his ambition, pride, and besly livenge, thus proceeds. Noble stades were better to hunt the bull, hear, hurt, or any other thing like to succour the power with the met, than to hear Sir Jahan single soul stommel a pair of matins in Leighton, slinge holy water, curse holy breed, and to play a cast like yak and napes in a foal's cot. When John Bale, in his work entitled, Yet a Course at the Romish Fox, speaks of jackanapes, swearing by his 10 bones, it would seem that he in some manner or other associated the term with the jackanapes or jack of cards, for his 10 bones can only be supposed to relate to the numerical value of the jack of napes as a coat card. In Bale's time, a card of 10 would appear to have been a general expression for a coat card, as well as for a card distinguished by that number of pips. Feest pick a quarrel and fall out with him then, and sue outface him with a card of 10. Skelton's Bogue of Court. From the following passage in Pulsi's Morgante Magyar, it would seem that, in Italy in the 15th century, the king of cards was occasionally referred to as the type of a presumptuous person. Ecam egians, gradava il gigantu sequi, redi nebi, odi scacae, call mio battaglio convenienciatio tiamaci. And when the two together came, the giant shouted out, And here you are, my king of cards, or e'en of chess, party. My club then with your shoulders must without delay make free. In Scotland, about 1508, the knave of cards was the representative of a forward impertinent personae very jackanapes, as is evident from the flighting of Dunbar and Kennedy, where the latter, among other bad names, calls the former valet of cards. Wake Walladrag and Verlot of the Cairdes. Even in modern times, the knave of hearts has been referred to as the ideal of a presumptuous, thick-set little man, as appears from the following passage, which occurs in the second edition of Brockett's Glossary, 1829, under the word purdy. Purdy, a little thick-set fellow, I owe this word, says Mr. Brockett, to the communication of a clerical friend in the county of Durham, who first heard it at Barnard Castle. On ascertaining the meaning, the following dialogue took place. Q. What does purdy mean? A little throstin' up thing like a jack at warts. Jack O, art's jack of hearts. Q. What's that? A. Something like a lime burner. Q. What is a lime burner? A. O. Nobbut a Kendall stockener. Q. What is that? A little thick-set fellow. If cards were actually known in Italy and Spain in the latter part of the 14th century, it is not unlikely that the game, as a common amusement, was introduced into this country by some of the English soldiers who had served under the banners of Hawkwood, and other free captains in the wars of Italy and Spain about the period in question. But however this may be, it seems at least certain that the earliest cards commonly used in this country were of the same kind, with respect to the marks of the suits, as those used in Italy and Spain. The German cards of the 15th century, and even of a much later period, display more of fanciful embellishment than the cards of other countries, more especially in the numeral or low cards, which, in addition to the pips, or marks of the suits, frequently contain figures of men and women, quadrupeds, birds, foliage, and such like, introduced by way of ornament at the caprice of the designer. These ornamental appendages are frequently of a grotesque character, and sometimes indecent. The two annexed figures are the second coat cards of the suits of Grun and Eichhelm, leaves, and acorns in a pack of German cards engraved on wood, of the date 1511. The figures are drawn with great freedom, and are much in the style of Lucas Cranach. On the two of acorns are the letters FCZ. The F and the C being probably the initials of the designer, and the Z signifying that he made the drawings, Zeichnet. On the two of leaves are two shields suspended from a tree. The one displays two straight swords, in saltire, and the other the arms of the House of Saxony, the same as are frequently seen in wood engravings designed by Lucas Cranach. In a third shield at the bottom of the same card are a pickaxe and mallet, in saltire, the same as in Dr. Stukely's cards, and probably the mark of the cardmaker. 36 cards of this pack, which appears to have originally consisted of 52, are preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi. and facsimiles of them are given in the Jeu Descartes Tarots et Descartes Numériels, published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais, planches 90-95. Specimens of a pack of cards designed by Erhard Scahn and engraved on wood are given by Singer in his researches. In this pack, the marks of the suits are flowers, pomegranates, leaves, and roses. These cards are very inferior, both in design and execution, to those just described, of the date 1511. Erhard Scahn flourished about 1530. About 1550, Virgil Solis engraved a pack of cards on copper, with lions, apes, peacocks, and parrots as the marks of the suits. They are noticed by Bartsch in his Paintergravure, and 6 of the pack were recently in the possession of Messrs. Smith of Lisle Street. The best of all the fanciful cards that appeared in Germany during the 16th century are those engraved on wood from the designs of Jost Amann. They were published at Nuremberg in 1588 in a quarto volume with illustrative verses in Latin and German composed by J. H. Schroeder, the imperial poet laureate. From the following verses, Liber de Sapso, it would seem that those cards were not designed for the purposes of play. Charta mihi titulum tribuit lusoria. Lucis et charti in pretio munera vulgus habet, sed nec ego lauds moraut convitia vulgi, sit mihi sat claris passi placer viris. Hos rogo, uterarum quandam gravir vacantes cura, si chartis ludir forte velint, colludent nostris. Sine rixis, vulner, mort, ludenti quonium lucra benigna dabunt. In this set of cards, the marks of the suits are books, printers inking balls, wine cups of metal formed by the skill of the goldsmith, and goblets with bosses of glass or earthenware. Correct and beautifully executed specimens of those cards are given in Singer's Researches, pp. 180-96. The 4 annexed German cards are the 7s of the 4 suits: Schellen, Herzen, Oder, Roth, Grun, Eikeln, bells, hearts or red, green or leaves, and acorns. They are copied from Breitkopf and are of the 17th century. The 4 small ones given below are of the same period and were probably intended for the amusement of children, like the pretty little cards for pretty little fingers, manufactured at the present day. The subjects are the 2nd coat card and the 3 of leaves, the 4 of acorns, and the 6 of hearts. As small bells were worn as ornaments by the emperors of Germany and the higher classes in the 12th and 13th centuries, Breitkopf is inclined to think that bells might have been introduced on cards as a distinctive mark of the class of kings and nobles, and that cards might even have been known in Germany at the period referred to. In corroboration of his opinion, he gives a plate entitled Altdeutsch Fürstschellen, Tract, that is to say, ancient German princely bell costume containing 4 figures, all adorned with small bells. The first figure is that of the Princess Wolfilda, who was living in 1138. The 2nd and 3rd represent the Emperor Henry Roman VI, who died in 1197, and the 4th is that of the Emperor Otho Roman IV, who died in 1218. Breitkopf's conjecture is undeserving of remark. Had he asserted that his old German emperors and princes were adorned with bells to indicate their rank and precedence, in the manner of leading pack horses, he would perhaps have been as near the truth. The tinkle of the bell rouses the questing spirit of Mons. Leber, who pursues the inquiry with singular ardor and perseverance, though not with success. His researches, however, on the subject of bells, though throwing not a glimmer of light on the history of cards, are yet so amusing that they are here given entire, notes and all. They also furnish an additional proof of the wide field afforded for speculation by the history of cards. After the foo of European tarots, the bells on Indian cards are another proof of the Oriental origin of the game. The use of bells in India, whether as a mark of distinction and greatness, or as a means of diversion, is of remote antiquity, while everything shows that they were not known to the ancient nations of Europe. The balladins and female dancers of India have their legs decked with small bells, which they shake when dancing, and certain idols are decorated with the same ornament. Girdles formed of bells are also worn by infants, without any other clothing, and sometimes a single bell supplies the place of the girdle. Herbert relates that, as this bell contains a viper's tongue, it might be supposed to be annoying and disgraceful. It is, however, neither the one nor the other, for it is made an ornament, and it is esteemed one of their most superb, when given by the king to a person whom he wishes to honor. We have already said that the use of bells for various purposes is of great antiquity, and a proof of this is furnished by the Pentateuch. Bells appear to have passed from the Hebrews to the Arabs, and to have been with these two nations the same as we see them to have been in India, a sign of distinction and power, when not prostituted to the use of the Baladins. An English author, who has not been unmindful of the remarks of Comet, mentions, in the following terms, a kind of devotion paid to the bell among the Arabians. The Arabian courtesans, like the Indian women, have little golden bells fastened round their legs, neck, and elbows, to the sound of which they dance before the king. The Arabian princesses wear golden rings on their fingers, to which little bells are suspended, as in the flowing tresses of their hair, that their superior rank may be known, and they themselves receive in passing the homage due to them. Such are bells in the East. Let us now see what they have been in Europe at different periods. The Emperor Henry IV, who died in 1197, and Wulfilda, the wife of Count Rodolph, living in 1138, are represented in ancient monuments in habits ornamented with bells similar to those which are seen on Taros. It would seem that this singular ornament, which subsequently became the attribute of the buffoon or professional jester, was then a mark of dignity in the West as well as in the East, and that it held a conspicuous place amongst the distinctive ornaments of the princes and nobles of Germany, from the 11th to the 13th century. Some English critics, however, have supposed that the bell indicated falconry, a sport which the high nobility only had the privilege of indulging in, and it is certain that small bells were attached to the feet of trained falcons. But the question is, did the bells stand for the falcon, and was the falcon, indeed, a mark of high nobility? What renders this conjecture probable is that we find the use of the small bell established in the West before the introduction of heraldic signs, and that we have no evidence of its having been known to the ancient Greeks and Romans. As the bell was used in falconry by princes and nobles of the first class, it might thus become the emblem of the falcon, and, subsequently, that of the nobility to whom it was confined. The falcon, and things pertaining to falconry, were certainly among the marks of grandeur, with which the sovereigns and barons of the Middle Ages loved to surround themselves in their formal displays, and which alone were sufficient, in the same manner as armorial bearings, to indicate the rank of the persons to whom they belonged. In the tapestry ascribed to Queen Matilda, Harold is seen traveling with his falcon on his fist, and the Count Guy de Ponthieu, who conducts him prisoner to Bourne, carries also his bird in the same manner, although he, doubtless, had no thought of the chase. Besides, scepters are surmounted with three-branched fleurons, like those which form the ornament on the top of a falcon's hood. We also see hawks and falcons on ancient tombs, and it is not unlikely that they were there placed as indications of rank before the introduction of armorial bearings. The same conventional distinctions were still in existence in much more recent times. For Anne de Montmorency made his entry into London as ambassador of Francis I, preceded by 26 gentlemen of the best houses of France, each bearing a falcon on his fist. And even our kings themselves, on occasions of grand display, were preceded by their falconers fully equipped. Falconry was not known to the ancients, but it is certain that it was in use among the nations of the north before the conquest of the Gauls by the Franks. Sidonius Apollinaris commemorates the skill of a person named Vectius in the art of training dogs, horses, and birds of prey. In eques, cannabis, accipitribus instituendis, spectandis, circumferendis, nulli secundus. The question, however, would still be if bells were used in falconry at so early a period, and it may be presumed that they were not so used until long afterwards. German princes, as referred to by Breitkopf, are decorated with them as marks of high birth, on monuments from the 11th to the 13th century. Now, it was just towards the close of the 11th century that the intercourse between Europeans and Orientals became more extended by means of the Crusades, and the invention of heraldry is of the same period. Armorial bearings, which originated in oversea expeditions and in tournaments, are not of higher antiquity than the 11th century. Their use became more frequent in the 12th, and in the 13th, we find them generally established. From the concurrence of these circumstances, it may be concluded that bells of this kind were brought into Europe from the East, towards the end of the 11th century. and that, on their first introduction, the German nobility adopted them as marks of distinction, either from the idea of grandeur attached to them by the people from whom they had them, or on account of the noble bird to whose use they had dedicated them. And that this mark of nobility fell into disuse when heraldry could supply its place by signs better adapted to gratify the pride of the great, on account of their indicating, at the same time, both rank and personal distinction. The Bayeux Tapestry, already referred to as the work of Queen Matilda, seems to confirm this opinion. The conquest of England by William, Duke of Normandy, was achieved in 1066, and the tapestry representing it is supposed to be of the same century. And of this there could be no doubt, if it were true that the work was executed by the wife of William and her attendants. It may thus have been worked about 20 or 30 years before the First Crusade, which was determined on at the Council of Clermont, held by Urban Roman II in 1095. Now the birds of chase which some of the persons in this tapestry carry on their fist have no bells at their feet. We perceive there only the jesses, or leathern strings with tassels at the ends, which serve to retain the bird. These jesses, without any appearance of bells, are easily to be distinguished in the compartment which contains the inscription, Dux Wilhelm, cum heraldo, venit, ad palatin. If this be not evidence that bells of this kind were not then common in Europe, it is at least a proof that they were not then used in falconry, although this sport had been practiced for several centuries. Mons, Leber calls both Spanish and German cards tarots, even though they may contain no addis, which yet appear to have been the very pieces which were more especially distinguished as tarocchi or taros, and from the use of which, in combination with other cards, a particular kind of game was called tarocchino or tarocchio. Thus, in consequence of his not sufficiently distinguishing between Spanish and German cards, he speaks of the marks which occur on them indiscriminately, and explains swords and money as if they belonged to the same pack which has one of its suits distinguished by bells. His account of the marks on the French cards is to the following effect. The cur explains itself. It is a symbol of the most noble and generous sentiments, and more especially indicates courage, valor, and intrepidity, qualities the most brilliant in princes. The truffle has its name from its resemblance to the plant so called, though properly it is a flower, or rather a fleuron with 3 branches, symbolical of the mysterious number 3, which in ancient times was regarded with religious veneration. This number being the first which contained in itself the principal characteristics of numbers, namely, unity and plurality, odd, and even became the symbol of a union of the most excellent virtues, such as power, wisdom, love, and, by analogy, sovereignty, wisdom, justice. It is this 3-branched fleuron which appears on the monuments of the French kings of the first and second race, but in consequence of its being badly designed and worse understood, it became confounded with the heraldic fleur-de-lis, and is in fact now displaced by it. The carreau seems to have been better understood by the French than their neighbors, with whom this figure is a jewel, a precious stone, an ornamental article. The English take it for a diamond, and the Spaniards for a jewel worn by ladies or for the decoration of the toilet. Their error has doubtless arisen from the comparison which they made between the carreau of cards and the figures of precious stones which they had before their eyes. The diamonds and precious stones forming the ornaments of royal vestments and of dresses of court ladies have usually the form of carreau and are painted in vermilion or in carmine in the manuscripts of the Middle Age. And this conventional form, having been adopted by heralds, was introduced into armorial bearings as the macle and lozenge. The carreau of cards, however, have no connection with diamonds and precious stones, any more than they have with the quarrels or square-headed arrows of a crossbow. The carreau, as well as each of the other marks of the suits, is a symbol and not a rebus. All iconographers represent fortune as standing, upon one foot, on a wheel or a ball, to signify her instability. The contrary idea was necessarily attached to the figure of a square or a cube, considered as a firm and immovable base. It was for this reason that the ancients placed the figure of wisdom and firmness on a cube, and Aristotle speaks in the same sense when he informs us that a true philosopher ought to be square, that is to say, immovable in courage and virtue. Heraldry has also admitted the square, placed lozenge-wise, as an emblem of constancy and firmness, and the squares of cards, called carreau, can only be supposed to have the same signification. As to the pique, there can be no doubt with respect to its meaning. It represents the head of a lance and is thus an emblem of military force. The Germans, however, seem to have misconceived the character of this figure, which they converted into a leaf, grun, but this mistake, or rather this difference, may be ascribed to the imperfection of the painting in ancient cards, and more especially to the coarseness of the first essays of wood engraving, in which it was almost impossible to distinguish the figure of a leaf from that of a pikehead. On comparing the earliest German cards with shields of arms of the same period, and with old wood engravings which contain trees, it will be immediately seen how easy it was to confound the two forms. There is no difference between the peaks of cards and the leaves of the tree on the right of the woodcut of St. Christopher of the date 1423. And the crequier of heraldry is precisely the same as the seven of peak in German cards of the 15th century. But whatever may have been the cause of this anomaly, it is generally admitted that the peak in French cards is the figure of a weapon, and it can scarcely be doubted that it was the equivalent of the sword in the tarots. In this respect, the Spanish and Italian nomenclature is in perfect accordance with our own. In the southern parts of Europe, the French peak is la pica or la spada. Thus, according to Mons Leber, the four suits of French cards have the following signification: cur, valor, greatness of soul; trèfle, wisdom and justice united with power; carreau, firmness, stability, constancy; peak, physical force or the power of the military. The suits, again, may be considered as representing four monarchies, or political societies, namely, curs governed by a generous and courageous prince; trèfles by a sovereign just, wise, and powerful; carreau by a king consistent in principle and decided in action; and peaks by a warlike prince who owes his power to his arms. Though Mons Leber has freely censured Daniel for writing on the subject of cards chiefly from books, without referring to cards themselves, he is yet exceedingly prone to follow Daniel's example. And though his explanation of the symbolical meaning of cards be less extravagant than the latter's account of the origin and signification of the game of piquet, it can scarcely be called more reasonable, since both writers interpret the marks on the cards according to their own conceit. The one informs us that the trèfle signifies that a general ought only to encamp in a place which affords plenty of fodder for his cavalry, and the other says that the carreau, which, as it stands in the cards, seems the very emblem of instability, signifies firmness, stability, constancy, an interpretation which seems to rest chiefly on the ingenious hypothesis of the carreau being an emblem of the cube. The variations which occur on cards from the commencement of the 16th century, either as regards the marks of the suits or the names of the coat cards, throw no light on their origin, as such variations have evidently been introduced merely at the caprice of the cardmaker in accordance with the prevalent taste of the period. In a pack of French cards, engraved by Vincent Gouraud in the time of Henry Roman IV, all the coat cards appear in the costume of the period, though the kings and valets still display in their dress that variety of color which is to be seen on cards of an earlier period, but which, at that time, appears to have been out of fashion. Such cards would appear to have been in common use in England in the early part of the reign of James I and Rowland's Knave of Hearts. First printed in 1612, the knave, in his supplication to the cardmakers, complains of the piebald suits which he and his fellows are compelled to wear. In the pack referred to, the names and designations of the coat cards are as follows: suits cur carreau, trèfle kings, Salomon August, Clovis queens, Elizabeth Dido, Clotilde valets, valet de court, valet de chasse, valet d'été. Suits pique kings, Constantine queens, Pantalissy valets, valet de noblesse. The valet de court has his hat under his arm, the valet de chasse holds a dog in a leash, the valet d'été carries a large flower, and the valet de noblesse bears a hawk on his fist. The mark of the cardmaker appears on two of the valets, namely, on the valet of cur and on the valet of pique. A pack of those cards is preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi, and facsimiles of the kings, queens, and valets, in their proper colors, are given in the Jeu de Cartes tarots et de Cartes numériels, published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais. From those facsimiles, the outlines of the four valets here given have been copied. In the same work are given facsimiles of coat cards executed in the reign of Louis Roman XIII and displaying the costume of that period, The names given to the kings, queens, and valets on those cards are Ker, Alexander, Pentasili, Roland; Caro, Surus Major, Roxane, Renault; Treffle, Ninus, Semiramis, the name of the valet wanting; Peak, Jules Caesar, Pompeia, Roger. Each of the aces is surrounded with an ornamental bordering, and at the foot is an inscription, which, when read consecutively through all the four, is as follows: Vive le roi, vive la reine, j'aime l'amour, et la courte. Some of the specimens of Portuguese cards given in the Jeu de Cartes tarots et de Cartes numériles have very much the appearance of having been originally suggested by, if not copied from, an Oriental type, more especially in the suits of danari and bastoni, money and clubs. In those cards, the circular figure, generally understood as representing danari or money, is certainly much more like the chakra, or quoit of Vishnu, as seen in Hindustani drawings, than a piece of coin. While on the top of the club there is a diamond proper, which is another of the attributes of the same deity. The dragon seen on each of the aces is perfectly oriental in character, and the shields which appear on the kings and queens are very much like those which are to be seen in Hindustani drawings. The coat cards in this pack are king, queen, and horseman, and the suits are cop, danari, bastoni, and spade cups, money, clubs proper, and swords. The queen, which here appears as the second coat card, is of unusual occurrence in cards of this kind, and more especially in such as are of Spanish or Portuguese manufacture. In two of the suits clubs and swords the queen appears in the act of encountering a dragon. The coat cards and aces have letters both at top and bottom, indicating the suit and the rank or name of the card. Specimens of those cards, which appear to have been executed in 1693, are preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi. The four annexed cuts show the outlines of the four valets. The letters CC, CD, CB, CS signify respectively the caballo, or chevalier of cop, danari, bastoni, and spade. The most remarkable changes that cards have undergone, with respect to the characters displayed on them, are to be found in certain packs manufactured at Paris in the time of the Revolution. Specimens of the coat cards of two of those packs engraved by Chissonnery and Gayant in 1793 are given in the Jeu de Cartes tarots et de Cartes numériles. In one of them, the places of the kings are occupied by four philosophers, namely Molière, La Fontaine, Voltaire, and J.J. Rousseau. The queens are substituted by the four virtues, prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude, while the valets are superseded by four republicans, one of whom is a grim-looking ruffian with a red cap on and his shirt sleeves turned up, brandishing a pike. The second is a soldier armed with a musket, the third an artilleryman, and the fourth a young man in fancy costume, armed with a musket. In the other pack, four sages, Solon, M. P. Cotto, J.J. Rousseau, and J.J. Brutus serve instead of kings. Four virtues, as in the other pack, represent the queens, though with this difference that temperance is displaced by union, while four braves, Annibal, Horatius, P. Decius Muse, and M. Scaevola, supply the place of valets. Another pack of republican cards of the same period is thus described by Paynot in his Analyse de Recherches sur les cartes à jouer. For kings we have genii, for queens liberties, and for valets equalities. In place of the king of hearts there is the genius of war, génie de la guerre. This genius, which is winged, is seated on the breech of a cannon. He holds in the right hand a sword and a wreath of laurel, and in the left a shield round which is the inscription, Pour la République Française. On the right, read vertically from the top, is the word force. At the feet of the genius are a bomb, a lighted match, and a heap of bullets. At the bottom of the card is the inscription, Par brevet d'invention, nom et du goec au génie de la rape, Frank. For the Queen of Hearts, Liberté des cultes religious liberty. This is a female seated, very badly draped, and with her legs bare. She holds a pike surmounted with a red cap, and on a bannerole attached to the pike are the words Dieul. Towards her feet are seen 3 volumes, inscribed Talmud, Koran, and Evangel. The vertical inscription is Fraternité. Knave of Hearts, Égalité des devoirs, equality of duties. This is a soldier seated on a drum with his musket between his knees. In his left hand he holds a paper containing the words, Pour la patrie. The vertical inscription is Sécurité. King of Spades, Génie des arts, the genius of arts. The figure of Apollo with a red cap on his head, in one hand he holds the Belvedere statue of himself and in the other a lyre. The vertical inscription, Gaut. At the bottom, emblems of painting, sculpture, and such like. Queen of Spades, Liberté de la Presse, liberty of the press. A female figure with a pen in one hand and with the other sustaining a desk, on which lies a roll of paper partly unfolded, and displaying the words morale, religion, philosophy, physique, politique, histoire. At the bottom, masks, rolls of manuscript, and such like. Knave of Spades, égalité de rangs, equality of ranks. The figure of a man whose costume accords rather with that of a septembricer than with that of a mere sansculotte of the period. He wears sabots and has a red cap on his head. He has no coat on, and his shirt sleeves are tucked up to the elbows. His small clothes are loose at the knees, and his legs are bare. He is seated on a large stone, on which is inscribed, Démolition de la Bastille, 10 août 1792. Under his feet is a scroll inscribed Noblesse, and displaying shields of arms. The vertical inscription is Puissance. King of Clubs, Génie de la Paix, genius of peace. In his right hand he holds the fasces and an olive branch, and in the left a scroll containing the word Lois. The vertical inscription is Prospérité. Queen of Clubs, Liberté du marriage, liberty of marriage. The figure of a female holding a pike surmounted with the red cap, and on a scroll attached to the pike is the word divorce. The vertical inscription is Pudeur. On a pedestal is a statue of the crouching Venus entirely naked without doubt, intended for the emblem of modesty. Knave of Clubs, égalité de droits, equality of rights. A judge in tricolor costume, holding in one hand a pair of scales, and in the other a scroll containing the inscription La Loi pour tous. He is trampling on a serpent or dragon, the tortuous folds of which represent legal chicanery. The vertical inscription is Justice. King of Diamonds, Génie du commerce, the genius of commerce. He is seated on a large bale which contains the inscription PB, Dinv, J, Dia Paris. In one hand he holds a purse, and in the other a caduceus and an olive branch. The vertical inscription is Richesse. At the bottom are an anchor, the prow of a ship, a portfolio, and such like. Queen of Diamonds, Liberté des professions, liberty of professions and trades. A female figure who, in the same manner as the other three liberties, holds a pike surmounted with the red cap. With the other hand she holds a cornucopia and a scroll containing the word patents. The vertical inscription is Industry. Knave of Diamonds, égalité de couleurs, equality of colors. The figure of a Negro seated and leaning upon a musket. Below is the word café. Near to him are a sugar loaf, a broken yoke, fetters, iron collars for the neck, and such like. The vertical inscription is Courage. Such are the coat cards of this Republican pack. The numeral cards are the same as the old ones, with the exception of the aces, which are surrounded by 4 fasces placed lozenge-wise with these words: La Loi, Rape, Frank, the whole colored blue. It is scarcely necessary to say that those ridiculous cards had not even a momentary vogue. The coat cards of a Republican pack of recent American manufacture have been forwarded to me by a friend resident at New York. From the name of the maker are Sawzade, which occurs on the ace of spades, I am inclined to think that their invention is to be ascribed rather to a Frenchman than to an American. For the kings we have Hearts, Washington; Diamonds, John Adams, the second President of the United States; Clubs, Franklin; Spades, Lafayette. For the queens, Hearts, Venus modestly concealing her charms with a mantle, in accordance with American notions of delicacy. Diamonds, Fortune; Clubs, Ceres; Spades, Minerva. The knaves are represented by 4 Indian chiefs. The figures appear to be engraved on copper and are colored. The marks of the suits are the same as those on the cards in common use in England. Those cards, I am informed, are held in no estimation by the card players of America, who continue to prefer those of the old pattern. The chief town in America for the manufacture of cards is Boston, whose discreet, meeting-going people seem to have no objection to make a profit by supplying the profane with the instruments of perdition. No cards of an instructive character have ever obtained popularity amongst regular card players. For when people sit down to play at cards, they do not like to have their attention withdrawn from the game by the historical or biographical reminiscences suggested by coat cards, either containing portraits of distinguished characters or commemorating remarkable events. And least of all can they bear that the heads of a sermon or moral lecture should be presented to them in the shape of the 4 cardinal virtues. which are just as appropriate in a pack of cards as they would be on the proscenium of Her Majesty's Theatre. The best of the costume cards that I have seen are those designed by Armand Haubigant, a French artist, who named them cartes royales, and obtained from Louis Roman XVIII a license to manufacture them for general use in 1818. They did not, however, acquire any vogue and are now seldom to be met with, except in the collections of amateurs of prints. The coat cards, which are etched and delicately colored by hand, display the costume of the French court at 4 different periods. The characters represented are as follows. Spades, King Charlemagne Carolus Magnus, crowned and seated on a throne with a globe in the right hand and a long scepter in the left. Queen Hildegard, second wife of Charlemagne, erect, crowned, and holding a book in her hand's knave, Roland, described in romances as the nephew of Charlemagne, and said to have been killed at the Battle of Roncesvalles in 778. Holding a spear and shield, and clothed in armor, which appears rather to belong to the 16th century than to the time of Charlemagne. Diamonds, King Louis Roman IX, Saint Louis, crowned, seated on a throne wearing a blue robe powdered with fleur-de-lis and having a scepter in his left hand. Queen Blanche de Castile, wife of Louis Roman VIII and mother of Saint Louis, erect, crowned, and holding a rosary in her right hand. Knave, Sire de Joinville, the biographer of Louis Roman IX and one of the nobles of his court, clothed in chainmail, over which is a surcoat of arms. Clubs, King Francis I, seated, wearing the broad bonnet in which he is usually represented, and holding a scepter. Queen Marguerite de Valois, Queen of Navarre, sister of Francis I, erect, holding a rose in her right-hand. Knave, Bayard, in plate armor, leaning on a kind of pedestal on which is inscribed, Sans pour, sans reproche. Hearts, King Henry Roman IV, seated, holding a scepter and wearing the characteristic hat and feather which in modern times are designated by his name. Queen Jean d'Albret, mother of Henry Roman IV, erect, holding a fan in her right hand. Knave, Sully, bald and bearded, as he is usually represented in engravings, holding in his right hand a paper inscribed Economy Roy. A set of picture cards, published by Cotta, the bookseller of Tübingen, in one of his card almanacs. Carton Almanac is noticed by Mons. Paynot. The designer has chosen for the coat cards the principal characters in Schiller's Joan of Arc, and has clothed them, as well as he could, in the costume of the period. The King of Hearts is Charles Roman VII. The Queen, Isabella of Bavaria. The Knave, La Hire. The King of Clubs is the English commander, Talbot, dying. The Queen, Joan of Arc. The Knave, Lionel, taking away the sword of Joan of Arc. The King of Diamonds is Philip, Duke of Burgundy. The Queen, Agnes Sorel. The Knave, Raymond. A villager. The King of Clubs is René of Anjou, with the crown of Sicily at his feet. The Queen, Louise, sister of Joan of Arc, and the Knave, Montgomery, on his knees and weeping. The low cards from 1 to 10 also contain fanciful designs, but with the subjects so arranged that the numbers and marks of the suits can be readily distinguished. The subject of the 4 of clubs is an illustration of Burger's ballad of Leonordeth armed, and mounted on horseback, appears to be threatening with his dart a young woman who rides behind him. The scene is laid in a churchyard, and a skeleton appears crawling towards an open grave. The mark of the suit is seen on 4 crosses in the churchyard. Cotta's card almanac first appeared in 1806 and was continued for several years. It was published as a small pocket volume of a square form, and the illustrations consisted entirely of fanciful cards, the mark of the suit being always introduced into each subject, either by hook or by crook. The designs for the cards in the first 4 volumes, from 1806 to 1809 inclusive, are said to have been made by a lady. Numerous packs of fancy cards have appeared in Germany since the commencement of the present century, some displaying costume, ancient and modern, some representing eminent characters, and others devoted to the illustration of trades and professions. In one of them, published at Frankfurt on the Main in 1815, in memory of the principal military events of 1813-14, the Duke of Wellington figures as the Knave of Diamonds, and Marshal Blucher as the Knave of Clubs. In 1811, 2 different packs of caricature cards, imitated or rather adapted from the picture cards in Cotta's almanac, appeared in England. The one was published by S. and J. Fuller, Rathbone Place, London, and the other by Jones at the Repository of Arts, Market Hill, Cambridge. Neither of those packs was intended for the purposes of play. They have very much the appearance of having been designed by the same artist. On the wrapper of both packs, the inscription is the same: metastasis. Transformation of playing cards. A set of costume cards was published by Ackerman in the Repository of Arts in 1806. A particular description of them would be just as interesting as a description of the plates in La Belle Assemblée of the same period. A pack of cards published by Baker & Co. in 1813 requires more particular notice. On the wrapper, they are entitled eclectic cards, and in a pamphlet giving an account of them, they are announced as complete, grand, historical, eclectic cards for England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, being a selection or an eclectic company of 12 of the most eminent personages that ever distinguished themselves in those respective countries, for heroic deeds, wisdom, and sea, and the other 40 cards descriptive of the local and national emblems of the 4 nations. Historian, poet, painter, all combine to charm the eye, the taste and mind refine, fancy and sentiment their aid impart, to raise the genius and to mend the heart. These cards, which are considerably larger than those in common use, display considerable skill and fancy in the designs and are beautifully colored. Hearts and diamonds are retained as marks of 2 of the suits, but acorns are substituted for clubs, and instead of spades there is a true representation of the real spada, which is not a coal-heaver's spade, but a 2-edged heavy sword without a point, as used by the ancient Britons to fight with, cut, hew, and slash down either enemy or tree. So says our ancient history. A facsimile of this formidable weapon is here subjoined, in order that the reader may judge for himself of its peculiar fitness for cutting, hewing, or slashing down. It has very much the appearance of a heavy cast metal article, new from the Cairn foundry, and of modern Gothic design. In the descriptive pamphlet, the coat cards are thus explained. For England, King of Clubs Arthur, the great and victorious hero, King of Britain. Queen of Clubs Elizabeth, the wise and virtuous Queen of England. Knight of Clubs Sir John Falstaff, the facetious knight and companion of Henry V, Knight of England. For Ireland, King of Hearts Gathalis, the Grecian prince, King of Ireland. Queen of Hearts Scotia, his wife, the Egyptian princess, Queen of Ireland. Knight of Hearts Ossian, the warrior and poet, son of Fingal, Knight of Ireland. For Scotland, King of Diamonds, Achaeus, the fortunate contemporary, and in alliance with Charlemagne, King of Scots. Queen of Diamonds Mary Stuart, the unfortunate Dowager Queen of France, and Queen of Scots. Knight of Diamonds Merlin, the magic prophet, cabinet counselor to Vortigern, Aurelius Ambrosius, Uter Pendragon, the father of King Arthur, and to King Arthur, who was his pupil, Knight of Scotland. For Wales, King of Spada, Camber, the 3rd son of Brute, King of Cambria. Queen of Spada, Elfrida, the beautiful Queen of Mona and of the mountains. Knight of Spada, Thalessin, the Welsh bard and poet, dressed like a herald or king at arms of the divine and ancient Druids, as he sang to King Henry Roman II of the great deeds of Arthur, the justly termed hero of the British Isle, Knight of Cambria. In the selection which we have made, say the proprietors, to form our set of court cards, we have chosen them from among those characters who have rendered themselves most conspicuous in the history of the United Kingdom. In this particular, we have had recourse not only to historical truth, which we have rigidly observed, but we have taken care to fix upon personages who lived at different periods, and which are calculated in color, variety of dress, and characteristic features, to form an agreeable and elegant contrast, and to avoid that unpleasant monotony which must have taken place if they had all been selected from the same period of time. And it will be a peculiar gratification to us, in our attempts to form a set of cards, should we contribute in the smallest degree, to augment the elegant and rational amusements of taste and fashion. Nor have we been inattentive to minor objects in our anxiety to complete the plan. We believe it has never been attempted to be explained why the coarse and vulgar appellation of knave was originally given to the card next in degree to the queen. Perhaps the following demonstration is the most plausible way in which it can be accounted for. It was usual with kings in ancient times to choose some ludicrous person, with whose ridiculous and comical tricks they might be diverted in their hours of relaxation from the cares and formalities of royalty. This person was generally chosen from among men of low condition, but not wholly destitute of talent, particularly in that species of low cunning and humor calculated to excite mirth and laughter, and the tricks of knavery, in which he was allowed free indulgence in the presence of the king, gave him the appellation of the king's fool or knave. Whether this explanation be really the origin from whence the knave in the old cards is derived may still remain undetermined, but it appears to us the most rational way of accounting for it. Nor is it indeed essential to our present purpose. The name of knave, in our opinion, is vulgar, unmeaning, and inconsistent, and being moreover absolutely incompatible with the dignity of our characters and the uniformity of our plan, we have entirely rejected it and substituted a knight in its stead. This being a title of honor, not only in immediate succession to that of king and queen, but is ever considered as an honorable appendage to royalty itself. About 1819, a set of cleverly drawn satirical cards, with the marks of the suits introduced in the same manner as in Cotta's cards, appeared at Paris. Their satire is directed against the political party then in the ascendant, and in the Nine of Hearts, portraits of Chateaubriand and other persons, both lay and clerical, are introduced as advocates of the old order of things. In the background are the ruins of the Bastille, and at the foot is the inscription, Les Immobiles. The coat cards of the suit of hearts consist of figures representing three popular journals: King, Constitutional, a figure in Roman costume with sword and shield defending a column inscribed, Charte Constitutional, Liberté de la Presse, Liberté Individuelle, Loi des Elections, Tolerance. Queen, Minerva putting to flight certain evil spirits of the party praetor. Knave, Figaro, the character in proper costume. The coat cards of spades are King, Conservateur, a Jesuit with a sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Queen, Quotidian, an old woman holding in her left hand a book inscribed Pensée Création Quotidien, and in her right an extinguisher, which she is about to clap upon a figure of truth seen emerging from a well. Knave, Basil, figure of Chateaubriand in clerical costume, but concealing a Jesuit's cap under his robe. Beside him is a braying ass on its knees. Clubs, King, Daybats, the editor endeavoring to carry two large bags, the one inscribed, Daybats and the other Empire. In the distance, two asses mutually caressing each other. Queen, Gazette, a hard-featured old lady with a pen in her hand at a writing table, near to her a magpie in a cage. Knave, Clopino, the figure of Talleyrand. Towards the top are the signs of the political zodiac which he had already passed through. In the only pack which I have had an opportunity of examining, the Queen of Diamonds is wanting. The representative of the king is the monitor, a brazen head on a kind of pedestal, round which are stuck flags of various colors, indicative of the different parties whose cause the paper had advocated. Knave, Don Quixote, the Don, with shield and lance, attacking a windmill. The person intended by this figure I have not been able to discover. With respect to the common names of the first three numeral cards, ace, deuce, and trait, may be observed that the term ace, or as is common in almost every country in Europe as the designation of the one at cards, and that the terms deuce and trait, signifying 2 and 3, may have been derived either from the Spanish deux and tres, or from the French deux and trois. The deuce of cards, it may be observed, has no connection with the term deuce as used in the familiar expression to play the deuce, in which it is synonymous with the devil or an evil spirit and is of northern origin. In some parts of the country, the deuce, though lower in value, is considered to be a more fortunate card than the trait, and there's luck in the deuce but none in the trait, is a frequent expression amongst old card players, who like to enliven the game with an occasional remark as they lay down a card. In Northumberland, the 4 of hearts at whist is sometimes called Hob Collingwood, and is considered by old ladies an unlucky card. As far as memory can trace, according to Captain Chamier, in his novel entitled The Arethusa, the 4 of clubs has been called by sailors the devil's bedpost. In Northamptonshire, according to a writer in the Gentleman's Magazine, 1791, p. 141, the Queen of clubs is called Queen Bess, and the 4 of spades, Ned Stokes. In various parts of Ireland, but more particularly in the county of Kilkenny, the 6 of hearts is known by the name of Grace's card, and it is said to have acquired that name from the following circumstance. A gentleman of the name of Grace, being solicited, with promises of royal favor, to espouse the cause of William Roman III, gave the following answer, written on the back of the 6 of hearts, to an emissary of Marshal Scammerd's, who had been commissioned to make the proposal to him. Tell your master I despise his offer, and that honor and conscience are dearer to a gentleman than all the wealth and titles a prince can bestow. The Nine of Diamonds is frequently called the curse of Scotland, and the common tradition is that it obtained this name in consequence of the Duke of Cumberland having written his sanguinary orders for military execution, after the Battle of Culloden, on the back of a nine of diamonds. This card, however, appears to have been known in the North as the Curse of Scotland many years before the Battle of Culloden. For Dr. Housedown, speaking of the state of parties in Scotland shortly after the rebellion of 1715, says that the Lord Justice Clerk Ormistone, who had been very zealous in suppressing the rebellion and oppressing the rebels, became universally hated in Scotland, where they called him the Curse of Scotland. And when the ladies were at cards playing the Nine of Diamonds, commonly called the Curse of Scotland, they called it the Justice Clerk. In the Gentleman's Magazine, for 1786, a correspondent offers the following heraldic conjecture on the subject. There is a common expression made use of at cards, which I have never heard any explanation of. I mean the Nine of Diamonds being called the Curse of Scotland. Looking lately over a book of heraldry, I found 9 diamonds, or lozenges, conjoindor, in the heraldic language, gules, a cross of lozenges to be the arms of Packer. Colonel Packer appears to have been one of the persons who was on the scaffold when Charles I was beheaded, and afterwards commanded in Scotland, and is recorded to have acted in his command with considerable severity. It is possible that his arms might, by a very easy metonymy, be called the Curse of Scotland, and the Nine of Diamonds at cards, being very similar in figure to them, might have ever since retained the appellation. Another correspondent says that he has always understood that the application of the expression, the Curse of Scotland, to the Nine of Diamonds was not earlier than the year 1707, and that he thinks it more probable that the 9 lozenges in the arms of the Earl of Stair, who made the Union, should have given rise to the phrase than the arms of Packer. In the same magazine, for 1788, we have one more conjecture concerning the Nine of Diamonds. It is syllogistic in form and appears to have been intended as a clinch to the controversy. The Curse of Scotland must be something which that nation hate and detest, but the Scots hold in the utmost detestation the Pope. At the game of Pope Joan, the Nine of Diamonds is Pope, therefore the Nine of Diamonds is the Curse of Scotland. Q.E.D. In the Oracle, or Resolver of Questions, a 12º volume, printed about 1770, the following solution is given, which is perhaps as near the truth as any of the preceding conjectures. Q. Pray, why is the Nine of Diamonds called the Curse of Scotland? A. Because the crown of Scotland had but 9 diamonds in it, and they were never able to get a 10th. The word trump, signifying a card of the suit which has the superiority at certain games, such superiority being determined by hazard, is derived either from the French triomphe or the Spanish triunfo at cards. These words have precisely the same meaning as the English trump. With the French, triomphe is also the name of a game at cards, and in England the old game of ruff seems also to have been called trump or triumph. At Gleek, the ace was called tib, the knave, tom, and the 4, tiddy. The 5 and 6 appear to have been respectively called tozer and tumbler, and to have counted double when turned up. At all 4s, the knave appears in his proper character of jackey serving man, not a cheat or rogue. At certain games, the knave of clubs is called Pam. A few years ago, the name was applied to the celebrated public character, whom Byron is supposed to have designated as a moral chimney sweep, in one of the cantos of Don Juan. Most of the terms in the game of ombre are Spanish. Formerly, a pack of cards was usually called a pair of cards, and it appears deserving of remark that the Italians use the word paggio, which properly signifies a pair, in precisely the same sense when applied to a pack of cards, paggio di carte. In the time of Queen Elizabeth, a pack of cards appears to have been sometimes called a bunch. In the time of Charles Roman II, the term pair of cards fell into disuse, and perhaps one of the latest instances of its employment is to be found in Poor Robin's Almanac for 1684, under the month December, where the writer, in his introductory verses, laments the decline of good housekeeping in the houses of the rich. The kitchen that a cold may be, for little fire you in it may see. Perhaps a pair of cards is going, and that's the chiefest matter doing. The French call a pack of cards un jeu de cartes, a game or play of cards, and the German name Ein Spielkarten has the same literal meaning as the French. As the object of this work is not to teach people how to play at cards, those who wish for information, with respect to the different games, are referred to Cotton's Complete Gamester, Seymour, Hoyle, and the Académie des Jeux, taking with them this piece of advice. He who hopes at cards to win must never think that cheating's sin. To make a trick whene'er he can, no matter how, should be his plan. No case of conscience must he make, except how he may save his stake, the only object of his prayers not to be caught and kicked downstairs. With respect to the manufacture of cards, it would appear to have been a regular business, both in Germany and Italy, about 1420. But though it has generally been asserted that the earliest cards for common use were engraved on wood, there is yet reason to believe that they were at first executed by means of a stencil, and that the method of engraving the outlines on wood was of subsequent introduction. However this may be, it is certain that the art of wood engraving was at an early period applied to the manufacture of cards, and that in Germany, in the latter quarter of the 15th century, the term Briefdrucker, or Briefmailer, card printer, or card painter was commonly used to signify a wood engraver. From the importation of playing cards into England being prohibited by an Act of Parliament in 1463, as injurious to the interests of native tradesmen and manufacturers, it might be concluded that at that time the manufacture of cards was established in this country. No cards, however, of undoubted English manufacture of so early a date have yet been discovered. In the 16th century, there is reason to believe that most of the cards used in England were imported either from France or the Netherlands. In the reign of Elizabeth, the importation of cards was a monopoly, but from the time of her successor James I, it would appear that most of the cards used in this country were of home manufacture. From the reign of Charles Roman II to the present time, cards have, either directly or indirectly, been subject to a duty. In France, by an ordinance dated 21st February, 1581, a tax of un écussu was ordered to be paid upon each bale of cards of 200 pounds weight intended for exportation. And by an ordinance of the 22 May, 1583, a tax of un sou parisis was laid upon each pack of cards intended for home use. By an ordinance of the 14th January, 1605, the exportation of cards was prohibited, but, as a compensation to the manufacturers, the duty on cards for home consumption was reduced. As the collection of the duties was rendered difficult in consequence of the manufacturers residing in so many different places, it was, at the same time, determined that the only places where the manufacture of cards might be carried on should be Paris, Rouen, Lyons, Toulouse, Troyes, Limoges, and Thiers in Auvergne. Shortly afterwards, the same privilege was accorded to Orleans, Angers, Romans, and Marseille, and by way of recompense to other places, it was determined that the tax should be expended in the encouragement of manufactures. Louis Roman XV, having established the École Militaire in 1751, ordered that the money raised by the tax on cards should be applied to its support. The Company, or Guild, of Card Makers of Paris was suppressed in 1776, but re-established a few months afterwards. The period of their first establishment appears to be unknown. In their statutes of the year 1594, they call themselves tarottiers. In Russia, at the present day, the manufacture of cards is a royal monopoly. A few months ago, a paragraph appeared in the Literary Gazette, stating that though 14,400 packs were manufactured daily, yet the supply was unequal to the demand, and that a petition had been presented to the emperor praying for a more liberal issue. In Mexico, a considerable revenue was derived from a tax on cards, and it would appear to be still productive, notwithstanding the unsettled state of the country, as it is one of those which have been appropriated, ad interim, by the American Commander-in-Chief. Most of the cards engraved on copper are merely cartes de fantaisie, designed rather for the entertainment of the more wealthy classes than for the ordinary purposes of play. Until a comparatively recent period, the coat cards, after having been printed in outline from wood blocks, were colored by means of stencils. But at present, in this country, the colors are all applied by means of the press. The following account of the manner of making cards at the manufactory of Messrs. De la Rue and Company of London is extracted from Bradshaw's Journal No. 24, 16th April, 1842. The first object that engages our attention is the preparation of the paper intended to be formed into cards. It is found that ordinary paper, when submitted to pressure, acquires a certain degree of polish, but not sufficient for playing cards of the finest quality. In order, therefore, that it may admit of the high finish which is afterwards imparted, the paper is prepared by a white enamel color, consisting of animal size and other compounds. This substance, which renders the paper impermeable to the atmosphere, is laid on by a large brush and left to dry by exposure to the atmosphere. The paper being ready for use, we proceed to explain the printing of the fronts of the cards, which are technically distinguished as pips and terts. To commence with the simpler, the pips, i.e. the hearts, diamonds, spades, and clubs, sets of blocks are produced, each containing 40 engravings of one card. And as the ordinary method of letterpress printing is employed, 40 impressions of one card are obtained at the same moment. As the pips bear but one color, black or red, they are worked together at the hand press or at one of Cowper's steam printing machines. For the terts, however, i.e. the court cards, which with the outline contain 5 colors dark blue, light blue, black, red, and yellow, a somewhat different contrivance is employed. The colors are printed separately and are made to fit into each other with great nicety, in the same manner as in printing silks or paper hangings. For this purpose, a series of blocks are provided, which, if united, would form the figure intended to be produced. By printing successively from these blocks, the different colors fall into their proper places until the whole process is completed. Great care is of course necessary in causing each colored impression to fit in its proper place, so that it may neither overlap another nor leave any part imprinted upon. But as the hand press is employed, the workman is enabled to keep each color in register by means of points in the tympan of the press or on the engraving. The whole operation of printing at the press being completed, the sheets are next carried to drying rooms, heated to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and are allowed to remain there 3 or 4 days in order to fix the colors. The successful printing of playing cards greatly depends upon the quality of the inks which are employed. The common printing ink, even after the lapse of years, is liable to slur or smudge. In the manufacture of playing cards, such inks only must be used as will bear the friction to which the cards are subjected in the process of polishing, as well as in passing between the fingers of the players, the colors employed by the messers. De la Rue are prepared from the best French lampblack or Chinese vermilion, ground in oil. This is effected by a machine consisting of cylinders revolving at regulated speeds, by which any defects from the inattention of the workman in grinding by hand are avoided. These colors are now brought to such perfection that the card itself is not more durable than the impression on its surface. The paper intended for the backs, being previously prepared with the color desired, in the same manner as the fronts, is printed in various devices at the hand press or steam machine. The plaid or tartan backs are produced from a block engraved with straight lines and printed in one color, which is afterwards crossed with the same or any other color, by again laying the sheet on the block, so that the first lines cross the second printing at any required angle. A variety of other devices are obtained from appropriate blocks, and some, like the court cards, and by the same process, are printed in a number of colors. In printing gold backs, size is substituted for ink. The face of the card is then powdered over with bronze dust and rubbed over with a soft cotton or woolen dabber, by which the bronze is made to adhere to those parts only which have received the size. The printing of gold backs is usually executed after the card is pasted, but we have described the process here for the sake of convenience. As connected with the printing of backs, we may mention that the Messrs. De la Rue have lately taken out a patent for printing from woven wire, from which some highly beautiful patterns are obtained, bearing, of course, a perfect resemblance to the woven fabric. The wire, when prepared for printing, is merely fastened at the ends by 2 pieces of wood and stretched over a cast iron block, on which it is fixed by means of screws passing through the wood into the iron. The variety of these patterns is very great. The printing is effected in the ordinary manner. Hitherto we have been referring to printed sheets of paper, which are either the size of double or single foolscap. The next object, therefore, is the conversion of these sheets into cardboards of the usual thickness. In France, the card generally consists of 2 sheets of paper. but in England, a more substantial article is demanded. It is generally 4 sheets thick, that is, the foreside and the back, and 2 inside leaves of an inferior description. In order to make a firm and smooth card, it is first necessary to obtain a paste of an equable, well-mixed substance. A paste of this quality is produced from flour and water, mixed together, and heated to the boiling point in a 40-gallon copper by steam, which is made to pass into the interstices between the copper and an external casing of cast iron of the same shape as the boiler. By employing steam instead of fire, the paste is not liable to burn or adhere to the sides of the copper, and thus become deteriorated in its color and quality. Previous to the commencement of pasting, it is necessary that the sheets be arranged in the order in which they are to be pasted. This operation is termed mingling. The insides, which are merely 2 sheets of paper pasted together, are placed between the foresides and backs, so that the paste may take them up without the possibility of error. A heap of paper so pasted will therefore uniformly consist of the foreside and back, between which the inside, pasted on each side, is placed. The paste is laid on by means of a large brush, resembling the head of a hair broom, with which the workman, by a series of systematic circular movements, distributes a thin coat. And by way of illustration of the long practice and manual dexterity, which are necessary for perfection in even the simplest departments of art or labor, it may be worthy of notice that card pasting is in itself a branch of labor, and that 3 or 4 years' practice is necessary to render the operator complete master of his business. These newly pasted cards are then, in quantities of 4 or 5 reams at a time, subjected to the gradual but powerful pressure of a hydraulic press of 100 tons worked by a steam engine. By this means, the water in the paste exudes, and the air between the leaves is expelled, which would otherwise remain, and give the card a blistered appearance. After remaining a short time in the press, they are hung up on lines to dry, and to prevent, as much as possible, their warping while in this limpid state, small pins or wires are passed through the corners, and are then dexterously bent over the lines in the drying room. The cardboards, after thus drying, are subjected to the pressure and friction of a brush cylinder, the face of which is covered with short, thick-set bristles, which not merely polish the surface, but even penetrate into the interstices. At this stage of the manufacture, cards of a superior description are waterproofed on the back with a varnish prepared for the purpose, so that they may not be marked by the fingers in dealing. When so prepared, they will keep perfectly clean and may even be washed, without injuring the impression or softening the card. In continuation of the process of polishing, the cardboards are passed between revolving rollers of moderate warmth, one being of iron, the other of paper cut edgeways. They are next subjected to 2 bright iron-faced rollers. And finally, to the number of 10 or 15 at a time, they are interleaved with thin sheets of copper, and effectually milled by being passed about a dozen times between 2 large and powerful cylinders. After being thus thoroughly polished, for the purpose of being flattened, they are subjected to the pressure of a hydrostatic press of 800 tons, worked by steam. It may appear surprising that so much labor and machinery, and such circuitous means requiring the operation of 4 distinct cylindrical machines, as well as a hydraulic press, all worked by steam, should be required for effecting an object apparently so simple as that of polishing and flattening a cardboard. It is, however, found that this end cannot be attained in a more expeditious manner, but that the means adopted must be gradual, though increasingly powerful in their different stages. The boards being printed and pasted, polished and flattened, are next cut up into single cards. The apparatus by which this is effected, and by which perfect exactness in the size of the cards is preserved, may be briefly described as a pair of scissors from 2 to 3 feet long, one blade of which is permanently fixed on the table. The cardboard, being placed upon the bench, is slipped between the blades of the scissors and pushed up to a screw gauge adjusted to the requisite width. The movable blade, by being then closed, cuts the cardboard into 8 narrow slips, called traverses, each containing 5 cards. These traverses then undergo a similar operation at a smaller pair of gauge scissors, where they are cut up into single cards, to the amount of 30,000 daily. All that now remains is the making up into packs. After assorting the cards, the workman begins by laying out on a long table a given number, say 200, at one time. He then covers these with another suit, and so on consecutively until he has laid out all the cards that constitute a pack, so that by this operation 200 packs are completed almost simultaneously. The best cards are called moguls, the others Harrys, and Highlanders. The inferior cards consist of those which have any imperfection in the impression, or any marks or specks on the surface. It may be necessary to remark that the aces of spades are printed at the stamp office, whether the cards be for exportation or for the home market, the paper for printing being sent to the stamp office by the maker, and an account of the number of aces furnished by the stamp office is kept by the authorities. Before cards are delivered by the manufacturer, an officer is sent to seal them, and a duty of $1 per pack is paid monthly for those that are sold for home consumption. But as they are not liable to duty when intended for exportation, the card maker enters into a bond that they shall be duly shipped, and an officer is sent to see them put into the case and to seal it up. Footnotes. He says that the name is pure Egyptian and that it is composed of the word tar, signifying road, way, and the word ro, rose, rog, which means royal. Thus we have Tarag Taraki, the royal road. By such a road as this Mons. Court de Gebelin seems to have arrived at much of his recondite knowledge of things unknown. See his Monde Primitif, Huitim Livracin, Dissertations Merlais, du Judiceros, ou Elon Trait de son origine, ou Elon explique ses allégories, et ou Elon fait voir quil est la source de nos cartes modernes à jour. Tome I, pp. 365-94. 42 Paris, 1781. Une dernière citation écrire de démontre que les cartes et les nébis sont bien la même chose. Le traité de théologie de Saint-Antoine, évêque de Florence en 1457, port, et idem viter de chartis vel nabis, et encore dans un autre endroit du même ouvrage. De factoribus et venditoribus alirum et taxilarum et chartarum et naborum. Précis historique et explicatif sur les cartes à jour, prefix to the specimens of cards published under the title of Jeu de cartes tarots et de cartes numérales, du Roman 14 mi au Roman 18 mi cycle, by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais. Imperial 4-2 Paris, 1844. The word tarot has been supposed to be a corruption of taraki, cards marked on the back with lines crossing lozenge-wise, and with little spots, are called cartes tarotés, and in France card makers appear to have been formerly called tarcotiers. Menestrier conceives that it was from these, lignes frettes and forme de réseau, cards were named tarkets, and cartes tarotés. He says that ter, defaut dachet, tash signifies properly a whole, untrau, and he derives it from the Greek tau epsilon rho epsilon iodinu, to bore. From ter he also derives tariff, a ruled book for entering the duties on goods. Mons. Duchesne says that tarot vint en effet de l'Italien terratio, dont la vérité nous ignorans encore la signification. Mons. Duchesne thus accounts for those cards being called addis, ces cartes sont ditsatudi, atus, c'est dire supérieurs à tout autre, et en appartenant à aucune couleur. In other games at cards, the French adout has the same meaning as the English trump. The Empress is supposed to have been substituted for the Pope, who occurs in the old series of figures assumed by M. Duchesne to have been the original Taraki. In a similar manner, El Amaru is supposed to have been substituted for Apollo, the chariot for Mars, the capuchin or hermit for Saturn, the wheel of fortune for astrology, and Lependu for prudence. The figures of 2 or 3 of the addis are sometimes differently represented. In a pack now before me, inscribed Cartes des Suisses, manufactured at Brussels, in number 2, instead of Juno, there is a figure inscribed Le Spagnol Capitano Arrakis. In number 5, Bacchus supplies the place of Jupiter, and number 16, which is inscribed La Fouter, shows a tree struck by lightning instead of a tower. In this set, the fou is numbered 22. Tarots are generally about a fourth longer and a little wider than English cards, and are usually coarsely colored. Memory spetenti alla storia della calcografia, dal Conte Leopold Sikignara. 8 Vaux, Prada, 1831, cited in Duchesne's Précis historique sur les cartes à jour, prefix to the specimens of playing cards published by the Société des Bibliophiles Francais. This book was written by the notorious Pietro Aretine. A second edition was published in 1589 and a third in 1651. The title of the last is La Carte Parlanti, Dialogo di Partenio a Tiro, the anagram of Pietro Aretine, nel quale si tratta del giuoco con morlet a Piacevole. Though Mons, Duchesne generally speaks of those cards as if it had been positively ascertained that they were painted by Jaquemin Gringanor, we yet find the following salvo in the Précis historique. Mais le fait de leur haute destination, à l'usage d'un roi, ni repose que sur des conjectures incertaines. Esperance qu'un jour quelque antiquaire favorisé par un hero hasard aura pu tarder le bonheur de changer nos doubts and certitude. The abbé's notice of those cards is by no means precise, and when he speaks of the four monarchies contending with each other, it is evident that he had either an imperfect recollection of them, or that he supposed some old numeral cards, of four suits, to have belonged to the same series. J.I. Voucher M. de Gagnières un jeu de cartes, Genie size est-il etoit complète, tells quels etoyant dans leur origine. Il y avoit un pape, des empereurs, les quatre monarchies, qui combattoyant les uns contre les autres, si qui a donné naissance à nos quatre couleurs. Els etoyant longs de 7 à 8 pauses. C'est en Italie que cette belle invention a pris naissance dans le Roman 14 cycle. Longruana, Tom, I, page 107. Materiali per servire alla storia del origine e de progressi dell'incision in Rame e in Legno, called de Pietro Zanni. 8 Vo, Parma, 1802. The author's observations relating to cards are to be found at pp. 7884 and pp. 14993. There was also a series of the same subjects engraved in the 16th century. Bartsch, painter-graveur, 8 Vo, Vienna, 1812. His notices of old cards are to be found in Volume X, pp. 7120, and Volume Roman 13, pp. 120-38. Singer Fate Remarker, avec Racine, quan en apod exempel de cartes a jouer d'aussi grands dimensions, quil ni a ici des figures sans pieces numérales, et que dès lors, les sujets n'y sont pas des terreaux ordinaires. Il aurait pu ajouter que des gravures exécutées avec tant de soins, que les chefs d'œuvre d'un art nouveau dont le premier mérite est apprécié par la beauté de l'empreinte. En ont pu erter destinés à recevoir l'enluminure qui entre essentiellement dans la confection du jeu de cartes. Études historiques sur les cartes à jouer, p. 18. Observations sur les cartes à jouer. This subject is erroneously numbered, both in the Roman characters and in the ciphers, as has been previously observed. These cards were exhibited to the Antiquarian Society by Dr. Stukely in 1763. They were purchased in 1776 by Mr. Toutet, and on his decease, they were bought by Mr. Go. In 1816, they were in the possession of Mr. Trifuk, the bookseller. Mons, Duchesne expresses himself on this subject as follows: Les insanes employés pour les couleurs out-approuver beaucoup de variations. Cur, caro, trèfle et pique sont les plus répandus, mais, en Italie et en Espagne, elles sont encore désignées par coupes, deniers, battens, épées. En Allemagne on dit rouge grelots, glands et cert. Quelquefois en conservant les curs, les deniers ont été remplacés par des grelots. Puis des glands tinent lu des trèfles, et des fuels de lierre remplaçant les piques, dont elles ont la forme. Observations sur les cartes à jouer. Mons, Duchesne says that the mark which the French call pique was called caprel in Italy, from its resemblance to the fruit of the caper. Précis historique, prefix to jeu de cartes terreaux et numérales, p. 11. Carte parlanti, p. 57, edit, 1651. The name of Lancelot did not really appear on the valet of Trèfle in the time of Pierre Daniel, but from a passage in Danaus Liber d'Aurelia, au breve remontrant sur les jeux de cartes et de dés. Printed in 1579, he concluded and, in this instance, correctly, that Lancelot was the old name. By a royal ordinance of 1619, the cardmakers of France were required to put their names and devices upon the valet of Trèfle, and, from this circumstance, he considers that the name of Lancelot was omitted. The Perpetual Almanac, or a gentleman's soldier's prayer book, showing how one Richard Middleton was taken before the mayor of the city he was in for using cards in church during divine service. Daniel, Mémoire sur l'origine du jeu de pique, trouvé dans l'histoire de France, sous le Rigne de Charles Roman 7, printed in the Journal de Trevoux for May, 1720. A summary of this memoir is given by Paynot, who questions the correctness of Daniel's explanations, but yet does not venture to say what they really are mere gratuitous conceits. It would seem that the French consider the invention of piquet as a point of national honor, and that the native author who should call it in question would render himself liable to a suspicion of incivism. Ces cartes rarissimes faciant party, dun judicartes numerales graves, Sir Boys sous notar, Roy Charles Roman 7, vers 1425. Duchesne, Observations sur les cartes à jour, in the Annuaire historique pp. 247, 1837, and Leber, Études historiques sur les cartes à jour, pp. 68 and p. 72, 1842. Mons, Leber insists that these names confirm the testimony of Covaluzzo previously quoted at page 23 that the game of cards was brought into Viterbo in 1379 and that it came from the country of the Saracens. Mons. Leber even calls the figures, Gallo-Sarrazines, evidently wishing it to be supposed that they had been copied from a Saracen or Arabic type. The following is a summary of his notions of the changes made in the characters when cards were first introduced amongst Christian nations. Le Roi de Caro de Notar, Dieu de Charles Roman 7 port le nom de Corsub, prétendu héros Sarrazin don't parlant, les via romanciers. Et le nom de Paulin, inscrit à côté du Roi de Pique, est celui d'une idole imaginaire également attribué aux Sarrazins. On a deux de bord, à quelques exceptions prises, remplacer les idoles par des figures compatibles avec les dogmes et la morale du christianisme. Le pape, chef de l'Église chrétienne, a pu erder substituer Vishnu, l'ermite en dervis, la mason de une pagode, et, quand aux symboles gainéraux, tels que le soleil, la mort, le jugement, aux quels sont associés le battleur et le bouffon au feu, il a suffi d'y attacher un nouveau sens mystique sans rien changer aux images. Les mêmes substitutions, essoprent dans les portraits des princes et des héros, figures d'un autre ordre qui sont passés exclusivement, avec leur suite, dans l'économie du jeu franchise. Études historiques sur les cartes à jour, p. 72 Mons. Leber appears here to narrate a dream which he had after rocking himself asleep on his Arabian hobby horse. This book was sold, together with others from the Cathedral Library of Peterborough, by Mr. Hodgson, 192 Fleet Street, Dec. 1318, 1841. In his catalogue, number 1492, it is thus described. Sermons M. Vincente, once end. L'image du valet de pique porte avec elle une preuve de la nationalité ardenoise. Augier, comme tous les descendants de Saint Hubert d'Ardennes, avait le privilège de guérir l'hydrophobie et d'en préserver. L'action est réciproque. Le chien n'y saute pas, il assaillants pour implorer protection et assistance, et le neveu de Saint Hubert accorde son intervention. Il est à remarquer que l'accord du chien est en partie caché par l'escarpement du terrain, caractéristique du pays des Ardennes. Les mains carlovingiens linguistiques et littéraires, par J. Berrois, p. 265, 4-2 Paris, 1846. Le P. Daniel pose en fait que le nom du quatrième valet, le valet de trèfle, est inconnu, parce qu'il n'y a pas longtemps que les faiseurs de jeu de cartes, ayant aboli, en mettant leur nom à la place de celui de ces valets. Il croit portant à l'avoir trouvé dans le traité de Dano, du il résulterait, selon lui, que si aidait Lancelot. Si Daniel avait pu consulter les pieces du Roman 16 cycle, il en aurait pas hasardé si jugement conjectural. Il aurait craint que sa conjecture n'y fût pas exacte, parce que les noms des cartes ayant beaucoup varié, Lancelot pouvait en erter point celui du valet de trèfle du temps de l'auteur dont il s'appuie. Il en aurait pas dit que les faiseurs de cartes ont aboli si valet pour mettre leur nom à la place du sien, parce qu'il aurait appris que cette substitution de nom leur fut imposée par une ordonnance de Louis Roman 13, à laquelle ils ont dû s'y soumettre. Études historiques sur les cartes à jour, p. 32. Charles of Anjou, brother of St. Louis, received the investiture of the kingdom of Naples and Sicily in 1265. Le nom du valet de cour me paraît extrêmement curieux car il doit nécessairement rappeler le nom d'art de Valérie. La famille compagnon de Charles d'Anjou, Roi de Sicile, celui auquel les contemporains attribuant en grande partie le gain de la bataille de Tagliacozza, dans laquelle périt Manfred. Nous pouvons donc croire que le jour aurait été fait en Sicile ou en Italie, car les quatre noms Lancelot, Roland, Aguirre, et Valérie étoyant également familiers aux souvenirs des Siciliens du Roman XIV e-cycle. J.I. dit un mot de cet errard de Valérie à l'article de Charles d'Anjou, dans mon Roman Sero François. Henry Roman VII ascended the throne in 1485 Mons. Duchesne observes that, of all the old cards preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi, only one displays a rose, namely, a king. There is an old coat card, engraved on copper, in the print room of the British Museum, which, like that alluded to by Mons, Duchesne, has a rose as the mark of the suit. See the prohibition against the importation of playing cards in 1463. Enacted by Parliament, in consequence of the complaints of the manufacturers and tradesmen of London and other parts of England, against the importation of foreign manufactured wares, which greatly obstructed their own employment, previously referred to at page 96. Mons, Leber, after having noticed Singer's objection to the so-called Taraki cards, from their size and want of numeral cards, thus proceeds. Il aurait pu ajouter que des gravures exécutées avec tant de soins, que les chefs d'œuvre d'un art nouveau, dont le premier mérite est apprécié par la beauté de l'empreinte, en ont pu erder destinés à recevoir l'enluminure qui entre essentiellement dans la confection du jeu de cartes. Et cette observation s'applique à plusieurs suites d'estampes du même genre et du même cycle, dont quelques-unes sont conservées au cabinet royal. Là, comme dans les collections de Londres et de Lemagny, elles sont toutes en feuilles et en noir. Non seulement l'étrangeté des signes distinctifs des couleurs, mais la forme même de ces gravures repousseraient l'idée d'une destination semblable à celle du jeu de cartes européen. Les unes arrondies en médaillons rappellant le champ circulaire des cartes indiennes. Daughters couvent un carré d'un fourreau. Les plus communes sont des carrés longs. Mais au lieu des couleurs propres aux cartes à jouer, on en voit que des images d'oiseaux, de quadrupèdes, de fleurs, de fruits. Si sont des perroquets et des pounds, des livres et des hours, des singes et des lions, des grenades, des roses, et tous autres objets dont le choix devait être purement arbitraire, quand il en était pas à l'expression d'un jeu nouveau. Études historiques sur les cartes à jouer, p. 18. Those cards formerly belonged to a Mons, Volpato, and were purchased of him for the Bibliothèque du Roi in 1833. He received in exchange some cards of the same pack, and the set, completed with facsimile drawings of such as were wanting, were recently in the possession of Messrs. Smith of Lisle Street, Leicester Square, to whom they were sent by Mons, Volpato for sale. The third character in those coat cards cannot properly be called a cavalier, and has indeed very little pretensions to the designation of squire. The knaves are evidently common foot soldiers, such as were known in Italy by the name of fanti. From the difficulty of giving in a wood engraving those small letters with sufficient clearness, they are omitted in the annex specimens. The numerals are also omitted, except in the two of pinks. Barch, painter-graveur Tom, X. pp. 76 Singer, Researches into the History of Playing Cards, p. 45-6, also pp. 205-8. In the Catalogue Raisonné of the Select Collection of Engravings of an Amateur, a full description is given of those cards, pp. 8791, 4 to 1828. One of these cards, a queen, is evidently copied from the Queen of Deer, but having a kind of flower as the mark of the suit instead of a deer. Those two queens, so precisely the same in form, attitude, and costume, most certainly did not belong to the same pack. Deutsche Piquet-Karten aus den Roman 15 Jahrhundert mit Trapola Blattern. The use of the word trapola by writers on the history of playing cards, without clearly explaining the sense in which they employ it, leads to much confusion. It properly signifies a game, which may be played with any kind of numeral cards consisting of 4 suits, whatever the marks may be. Breitkopf seems here to apply the term tripola blattern to cards which have swords, batons, cups, and money as the marks of the suits, in the same manner as the cards now in common use in this country are called by writers on the subject French piquet cards. It is never, however, supposed that the game depends in the least on the marks of the suits. From the time of the marriage of Joanna's sister, Catherine of Aragon, with Arthur, Prince of Wales, till about the time of her separation from his brother, Henry Roman VIII, the pomegranate was frequently introduced as an ornament in the royal decorations and furniture of the English court. Those cards were purchased of Messrs. Smith, of Lisle Street, who also supplied the museum with the 2 sets of old Italian engravings, usually called Tarocchi cards. Die Kart ist nach Walscher Art in Spade, Kop Denari, die aber Hierer als Granitapfel vorgestellt sind, und Bastoni Gethlet. Von Mer, Journal zur Kunstgeschichte Roman Tour. Thale, S. 200. Breitkopf improperly calls those cards Trapelier cart, Trapola cards. Aretine, in his Carte Parlanti, makes a distinction between the game of Trapola and that played with Tarocchi cards. Ilwaya Danschak Couleur un officier supérieur ou capitaine nommé Ober, et un bas officier, appelé unter. On appelle encore de nos jours dans l'Empire, où les mots francais ne sont pas si en vogue, les officiers supérieurs Oberlut, et les bas officiers unterlut. Les francais ont substitué à la place de l'officier une dame, et à la place des bas officiers des valets, ou des braves, comme bullet les noms. Le bas officier des glands est nommé en l'emegni, der gros mensel, et celui de vert, der klein mensel. Enfin, elle porte le nom de Daus. Heineken, idée générale d'une collection complete d'estamps, p. 239. Soda, la tercera figura que tienen los napes, la cual representa l'infante o grave soldado. Dixos de la voz italiana sodo, que vale de baxo, porc va dispuse de las figuras de rey, y caballo, que les sons superiors. In a superficial paper on old playing cards, by the Baron de Riefenberg, printed in the Bulletins de l'Académie Royale des Sciences, des Lettres et des Beaux-Arts de Belgique. Number 10, 1847, the soda is transformed into a female. Dans les jeux de cartes espagnols, la dame et le valet étaient remplacés par le cavallo et la soda, le cavalier et la fille. Mons, Duchesny, is of opinion that the Marquis Girolamo's cards belong to the same pack or set as the so-called Gringonor cards preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi. If Millen's description, however, be correct, Mons, Duchesny is unquestionably wrong. Millen, Dictionnaire des Beaux-Arts, Tom, I. p. 201. Paris, 1806, quoted by Paynot. Jacobolo del Fior flourished about 1420. A set of cards, containing figures of the gods with their emblematic animals and figures of birds also, were painted for Philip Visconti, Duke of Milan, who died in 1447. Decembrio, in his life of this prince, in the 20th volume of the Rerum Italicarum Scriptures, says that they cost 1,500 pieces of gold, and were chiefly executed by the prince's secretary, Martianus Turdonensis. From the context, it appears that they were not mere pictures, but were intended for some kind of game. Aretine, in his Carte Parlanti, speaks with admiration of a pack of cards painted by Jacopo del Giolo, a Florentine artist who flourished about 1540. It is but fair to observe here that the Dutch name for the suit which we call spades is skop, a shovel or spade, and that as this name has been evidently given to the suit from the mark bearing some resemblance to a spade, the same suit might have been called spades by the English for the same reason. This objection, however, does not affect the conjecture with respect to clubs. In the Nugi Venels, printed in Holland, 1648, we meet with the following. Query. Why are the 4 kings of cards, diamonds, trefoil, hearts, and spades rhombuli, trifolae, quarties, et liginus always? Poor answer. Because they are always at play, and play, according to the proverb, is man's perdition. Their state is also in other respects most miserable, for when through them much money is lost, they are condemned to the flames and burnt like wizards. The modern Dutch names for the suits of French cards are heart, right, a lozenge-shaped figure, a diamond-shaped pane of glass diamonds, claver, clover treffle clubs, scop, a spade, shovel, or scoop spades. Sharon Turner's History of England, Volume Roman 3, p. 80. Here beginneth a treatise called the Lord's Flail, handled by the Bishop's Power there Sir Thomas Salmy, without date. At the end, printed at Basel by me Theophil Imloes, undere the signy of St. Peter's K. 16 Mo, In one passage, Henry Roman VIII is appealed to as then living. To the barn or grange of monasteries, a chapel was frequently attached, which used to be attended on holidays by country people who lived at a distance from the parish church. The poems of William Dunbar, now first collected with notes and a memoir of his life by David Lang, Volume Roman II, p. 67, 1834. In the notes to this edition, there are several references to the card-playing of James Roman IV of Scotland. His Majesty, it would seem, was accustomed to play with the French-like John Damien, whom he afterwards promoted to the Abbacy of Tungland. Damien, who broke his thigh in an attempt to fly from the top of Stirling Castle, is the person ridiculed by Dunbar as the Feniot Friar of Tungland. A few single cards, apparently belonging to this pack, preserved in the British Museum, are ascribed to Hans Sebald Behaim. Those cards are the rarest of all Jost Ammon's numerous works. The first title of the volume is Judosi Ammoni, Civis Noriburgensis Charta Lusoria, Tetrastiches Illustrata per Janum Heinrichem Scrotrum Degustru. Then follows a long explanatory title in German, and the imprint, Gedruckt zu Neuenburg, durch Leonhard Hüsler, Anno 1588. There is a copy of the work in the British Museum. Breitkopf Ursprung der Spielkarten, S33. Voy, Les Voyages de Samuel Purchas, Suda Thomas Herbert and Purse at Dans Plusieurs Parties de l'Orient, Le Supple, T. Roman II des Cérémonies Religieuses, avec les figures de B. Picard, et la PL, de la Ferte de Huli, T.I. 2 E. Part, des Mermes Cérémonies, p. 138. No temet exode, C. Roman 39, v. 25. Voy die Comet Diction, de la Bible au mot clichette. Lalla Rook, An Oriental Romance by Timur. Voy Breitkopf Ursprung der Spielkarten, p. 33, et la PL. De Henry Roman VI et de Wolfelde, d'après l'Archéologie Saint-Ferreur. Les Mermes Figures copiées par Janssen, si retrouvent Ti, de Sunessai sur l'origine de la gravure en bois et en taildus. Paris, 1808, 2 volume and 8. Le costume en a été évidement rajuni, mais il est hors de tout vraisemblance quan y ait se passé une parure de grelots étranger au monument original. Mons, Leber, in citing Breitkopf, spells his name with uniform inaccuracy. Go d'après Stukeli, Archaeologia, T. Roman 8, p. 152, et Singer, p. 73. La Fauconnerie de Guillaume Tardif, ch. X, p. 61, et les oiseaux de proie par G.B., p. 122 du recul de J. du Fouillou, edit. De Paris, 1614, in 4 fig. Oiquanate suvent traduit les mots cro telemet crusma, capro omicron tau alpha lambda omicron u, capro meg sigma mu alpha par grelot, et reciprocement, on croit queles instruments ancien maze par les grecs et les romains en ancient pasiquenus appellens des grelots, et en effet, la figure du grelot nisi retrouvée dans aucun monument d'une antiquité bien établie. Voyef, a lampe de symbolis veterum lib. ICAP. 4, 7, 8 et fig. pp. 26 et 44 hall, pet, in 12. Voy les comp. 2 et 8 de la PL. 56 des monuments de la monarchie francaise, par Montfaucon. Ibid, PL. 55 d'après une miniature d'un manuscrit, angle du XE cycle. Hist de la Maison de Montmorency, Le Grand vie privée des Francs, Tom, Roman II. Sidonius Apollinaris, Epist. 9 p. 245 de l'Edit, in 4 de Savarin, si commentator alleg un passage de Prosper, lib, Roman 3 cap. 17 de vita contemplativa, ou il est aussi question d'oiseau et de chines de chasse, utunter accipitribus ac saginatis cannabis advenatum. Suivant l'opinion la plus généralement adoptée, et que partagerant Velser, Duchesne, Fauchet, Dutilit, Blondel, les frères de Saint-Marthe, Spellman, le P. Menestrier et Otters. Voy, Le Traité de l'origine des armoiries de C. Dernier. Paris, 1679, in 12 pp. 53 et suiv. Sentiment adopté par le précédent Hainault, Mathilda, Broda and Lane un monument convoit dans l'église de Bayeux, de l'expédition de Sun Mari en Angleterre, la mort ni lui permit pas de l'achever. Hist, du fr. Sous les Anne, 1067-74. Voy, Fauconnerie de G. Tardif. Leber, Etudes historiques sur les cartes à jouer, pp. 84. There is every reason to believe that the suit of cards which we call diamonds was not so named in consequence of the mark being mistaken for the symbol of a precious stone, but merely on account of its form. The Dutch call the same suit right, in consequence of its form being like a lozenge-shaped pane of glass. The diamonds on cards are, in Northumberland, more especially amongst the colliers, frequently termed picks, in consequence of the acute angular points being something like the picks used in hewing coals. The Spanish name auros appears to have been originally applied to the suit called by the Italians denari or danari, without the least reference to the French carreau. The mistakes on this subject appear to be exclusively Mons. Leber's own. The probability is on the other side, namely, that the German grun or leaf was the original of the French pique. No French cards hitherto discovered are of so early a date as those which have bells, hearts, leaves, and acorns as the marks of the suits. The crequier is a kind of wild plum tree, and its leaves are borne as the family arms of the House of Crequi. Armorial bearings of this kind are called armoires parlantes by French heralds. Mons, Leber should have said, sept de grun. But then this would have destroyed the anomaly which he was desirous of illustrating, for there is nothing anomalous in the leaves on German cards having a resemblance to the leaves of a particular tree. See the passage at length, p. 135. On this card, the name of the manufacturer appears P de Leicester together, with his mark. In a pack of modern Portuguese cards now before me there is no queen, and the suits are hearts, bells, leaves, and acorns. The figures of the coat cards are half-lengths and double de duas cabgas, so that a head is always uppermost whichever way the card may be held. In a pack of modern Spanish cards, napes refinos, also without a queen, the figures are also double. But the suits are copas, oros, spadas, and bastos cups, money, swords, and clubs proper on modern German cards, the figures are frequently represented double in the same manner. Paynot, Analyse de Recherches sur les cartes à jouer, pp. 288-90. Paris, 1826. The following passage relative to the change of manners which succeeded the Revolution is quoted by Mons. Paynot from a periodical entitled Le Corsaire. Les cartes en vogue jusqu'à la Révolution furent totalement abandonnées, pendant les terribles années de notre bouleversement politique. Le Boston, le grave whist, le sémalant reversus, en agent plus conservés que chez quelques bons bourgeois, dont ils envoyant jamais sans doubt enflammer les passions, audans quelques villes masons du Marais et du Faubourg Saint-Germain. La bouillotte en était guère connue que de quelques marchands, et même l'opinion publique flatressate, si dont une ignoble avidité compromptoit la fortune. La mode avoit mise en faveur la conversation, les soirées musicales, les soirées dansantes. La carte apparu, et si juniais et incipit a fate reviver parmi nous touts, les fureurs du gothique lansquenet. Plus de conversation, plus de danses, la sonate ou la romance du jour sont interrompus par le cri des joueurs. Le bal est désert, on est plus peuplé que de via amateurs, tandis que la jeunesse est sempre autour des tables de cartes. A description of the same cards by Mons. Amantin, member of the Academy of Dijon, is given in Paynot's Analyse, p. 291. Dans si Dieu, says Mons. Amantin, les portraits des rois sont très ressemblants, les costumes du temps bien observés. Et même les noms des personnages sont écrits en caractères de l'écriture en usage dans le cycle où ils ont vécu. Malgré la perfection du travail, C.S. Joly's descends enant pour l'emporter sur les anciennes images in formes, qui rappelent l'enfance de l'art. Tant la force de l'habitude est tyrannique. Mons, Paynot, in his Analyse de Recherches sur les cartes à jouer, 1826, after noticing Cotta's cards, thus speaks of the satirical cards above described. C'est sans doute si recul qui a donné lieu à un jeu de cartes très malin, publié à Paris il y a sept Hewitt ens sous le titre de cartes à rire. Si doit erder, autant que puis me le rappeler, sous le ministère d'MDC en attribut si Jew ma. CADCDDO. Touts les cartes, soit a personages, soit numériques, praise intent des desins charmants, des figures ingénieusement groupées, des attitudes très plaisantes. Mais à l'esprit satirique y est posé à Alexis, et si en est point avec de perils caricatures quan parviendra à rétablir l'union parmi les franchise. p. 297. According to Pierre Daniel, the ace or as is the Latin as a piece of money, coin, riches, while Bullitt derives it from the Celtic and says that it means origin, source, beginning, the first. A French writer of the 16th century, supposed to be Charles Stevens, in a work entitled Paradoxes, printed at Paris in 1553, says that the ace or as ought to be called nars, a word which in German signifies a fool. The German word which he alludes to is nar, which is just as likely to have been the origin of deuce as of ace. It has also been supposed that the term ace has been derived from the Greek word letter 1f41 nu omicron sigma, which, according to Julius Pollux, signified one in the Ionic dialect. But as the word letter 1f41 nu omicron sigma also signified an ass, it has been conjectured that the ace of cards and dice was so called, not as a designation of unity, but as signifying an ass or a fool. Those who entertain the latter opinion are said by Hyde to be asses themselves, qui unitatem asinum dicunt errant et ipsi sunt assini. Deludis Orient, lib. Roman 2, Leber, Etudes Historiques pp. 39-86. Brockett's Glossary of North Country Words. Singer's Researches, p. 271. Dr. Houstoun's Memoirs of His Own Lifetime, p. 92. Edit, 1747. A writer of the age of Queen Elizabeth would appear to have foreseen the great card controversy, which within the last 150 years has occupied so many learned pens. It shall be lawful for canaille-catchers to fall together by the ears about the 4 knaves of cards, which of them may claim superiority, and whether false dice or true be of the most antiquity. The penniless parliament of threadbare poets. The French also call the trump adu, coupes, cur est adu, cut, hearts or trumps. Triumph, the card game called ruff or trump, also the ruff or trumpet. Cotgrave's French and English Dictionary. In the Toast, a satirical poem written about 1730 by Dr. William King, principal of St. Mary's Hall, Oxford. Dr. Hort, Archbishop of Tuam, is called Lord Pam. He is also called Pam by Swift. Distincta tunica fugendum est ni nummi parent, deprendi miserum est. Horat. Pascasius Justus mentions in his Alca, first published in 1560, that a certain merchant, having obtained from Charles V a monopoly for 10 years of the sale of cards in Spain, became extremely rich in consequence of the great demand for them. Encyclopédie méthodique Mo Cartier. An account of the subsequent legislation in France with respect to cards is to be found in the Manuel du Cartonnier et du Fabricant de Cartonages, pp. 224-37. Paris, 1830. Gaming is not a vice, then in the country James. Shepherd. There's little or nae sick thing as gamblin' in the kintra, sir. You'll fin, a pack cards and money the houses but no in them, for some gude fathers families think them the devil's Buicks, and sure anuch when o'er muckle read they begin to smell sulphur and Satan. North. Why, James, how can old people, a little demide or so, while an occasional evening away better than at an innocent and cheerful game at cards? Shepherd. Haud your hon, a wee, Mr. North, I'm no saying onything to the reverse. But I was sayin' that there are heads of families that abhor cards, and would half kill their sons and daughters were they to bring a pack into the house. Neither you nor me will blame them for sick savin prejudice. The austere Calvinistic spirit canna thole to think that the knave spades should be lying within 3 inches o' the Bible. The auld stern man wad as soon forgie the introduction into the house base ballads, sinful lovend, wishes that the precincts be pure his ain fireside. Though I take a gem wust now, and then mysel, yet I bow to the principle, and I venerate the adherents tilt in the high-souled patriarchs of the covenant. North. Perhaps such strict morality is scarcely practicable in our present condition. Shepherd. What do you maintain that cards are absolutely necessary in a pure man's house? Tuts. As for all demide people, few them, except they be blin a thegither, that canna read big prent power foo specs, and they can I get, at the worst, some bit wee idle to read out aloud to its grannies, without expense oil or connell, by the heartsome ingle light. You'll generally fin that auld folk that plays cards have been rather frivolous, and no muckle addict to thochten less they're greedy, and play for the pool, which is fearsome in auld age. For what need they care for 3 brass penny pieces for ony other purpose than to buy nails for their coffin? North. You push the argument rather far, James. Shepherd. Nah, sir. Avarice is a failing old age sure anuchend shouldn't be fed by the lang ten. I'm I somewhat sad when I see folk 80 hoddin' up the trumps to their roomy een, and shaking their heads whether they wull or no, o'er a gude and a bad hon alike. Then, safe on us. Only think them cheatin' revokin' and marking mair than they ought why the counters. North. The picture is strongly colored. But could you not paint another less revolting, nay, absolutely pleasant, nor violate the truth of nature? Shepherd. I'm no quite sure. Perhaps I micked. In another condition life in towns, and among folk a higher rank, I dinna deny that I hae seen auld leddies playing cards very composedly, and without appearin' to be doin' onything that's wrang. Before you judge rickly ony ae thing in domestic life, you maun understand the hale constitution the economy. New, auld leddies in towns dress somewhat richly and superbly, why ribbons and laces, and jewels even, and caps munted why flowers and feathers. And I'm no blammin' them, and then they dine out and gang to roots and jye dinners and roots in return, back to hunters their friends and acquaintance. New, why sick a style and fashion life is that? Cared playing seems to be somewhat accordant, if taken in moderation and as a quiet pastime and no made a trade or profession for sake of filthy lucre. I grant it harmless, and gin it makes the auld leddies happy, what richt hae I to mint ony objections? God bless them, man, far be it frae me to curtail the resources auld age. Let them play on, and all I wish is, they may never lose either their temper, their money, nor their natural rest. North. And I say God bless you, James, for your sentiments do honor to humanity. Shepherd. As for young folks, lads and lasses, like when the gudeman and his wife are gien to bed, what's the harm in a gem at cairds? It's a cheerfu, noisy, sick da comfort and confusion. Sick luckin' into ane another's hons, sick faws shufflin', sick unfair dealin', sick winkin' to tell your partner that ye hae the king or the ace. And when that wanna do, sick kickin', shins and treadin' on tees ain't the table aft in the rang ains. Then down why your hon, cairds and a clash on the board because you've ane o'er few and the coof mon lose his deal. Then what gigglin' amming the lasses, what amicable nay love quarrels between partners. Jockin' and geestin' and tauntin', and toozlin' the connell blon out, and the sound 1,000 kisses. That's caird playing in the kintra, Mr. North. And where's the man amming ye that Waldor to say that it's no a pleasant pastime a winter's nisht, when the snaw is comin', dune the lum, or the speets roarin' amming the mirk mountains? North. Wilkie himself, James, is no more than your equal. Shepherd. Oh man, Mr. North, sir, my heart is my soul's sick and my spirit's wrathfu, to think the places in great cities which they ca hells. North. Thank heaven, my dear James, that I never was a gambler nor, except once, to see the thing, ever in a hell. But it was a stupid and passionless nighta place of mean misery altogether unworthy of its name. Shepherd. I'm glad you never went back, and that the devil was in the dumps, for they say that some nishts in the hells, when Satan and sin sit thegither on I chair, he why his arm round the neck that destruction his daughter. A horrible temptation invades men's hearts and souls, driven and dragging them on to the doom everlasting death. North. Strong language, James, many good and great men have shook the elbow. Shepherd. Come now, Mr. North, and dinna allow paradox to darken or obscure the bright licto, your great natural and acquired understandin'. Good and great are lofty epithets to bestow on ony man that is born a woman, and if ony such there have been who delivered themselves up to sin, and shame, and sorrow, at the gaming table. Let their biographers justify them, it will gie me pleasure to see them dot, but such examples shall never confound my judgment a right or wrang. Shake the elbow indeed. What mair does a parricide do but shake his elbow, when he cuts his father's throat? The gamester shakes his elbow, and down go the glorious oak trees planted 200 years ago, by some ancestor who loved the fresh smell the woods away goeth entail does no forbid thousands a bonny braid acres, ants a princely estate, but now shivered down into beggarly partials, while the auld house seems broken-hearted, and hangs down its head, when the infatuated laird dies or shoots himself. Oh man, is nae it a sad thought to think that my leddy, isae gracious to the pure, should he to lay down her carriage in her auld age, and disappear frae the ha into some far-aff town or village, perhaps know in Scotland Ava. While he, that should habe in the air, is apprenticed to a writer to the signet, and becomes a money scrivener I his soul, and Abelins a Whig routin at a public meetin, about queens and slavery and borough reform and Catholic emancipation. St. Francis Xavier, though disapproving of all games of chance, yet did not absolutely condemn them as forbidden by the word of God, but endeavored to reclaim, by gentle means, those who were addicted to play. That he might banish games of chance, says his biographer, which almost always occasion quarrels and swearing, he proposed some little innocent diversions, capable of entertaining the mind without stirring up the passions. But seeing that in spite of his endeavors they were bent on cards and dice, he thought it not convenient to absent himself, but became a looker-on, that he might somewhat awe them by his presence. And when they were breaking out into any extravagance, he reclaimed them by gentle and soft reproofs. He showed concernment in their gains or in their losses, and offered sometimes to hold their cards. While the ship that carried Xavier was crossing the Gulf of Ceylon, an occasion of charity was offered to the saint, which he would not suffer to escape. The mariners and soldiers passed their time, according to their custom, in playing at cards. 2 soldiers set themselves to it more out of avarice than pleasure, and one of them plaid with such ill fortune that he lost not only all his own money, but the stock which others had put into his hands to traffic for them. Having nothing more to lose, he withdrew, cursing his luck and blaspheming God. His despair prevailed so far over him that he had thrown himself into the sea or run upon the point of his sword if he had not been prevented. Xavier had notice of these his mad intentions and execrable behavior, and immediately came to his relief. He embraced him tenderly and said all he could to comfort him, but the soldier in the transports of his fury thrust him away and forbore not even ill language to him. Xavier stood recollected for some time, imploring God's assistance and counsel, then went and borrowed 50 royals of a passenger, brought them to the soldier, and advised him once more to try his fortune. At this the soldier took heart, and played so luckily that he recovered all his losses with great advantage. The saint, who looked on, took out of the overplus of the winnings what he had borrowed for him, and seeing the gamester, now returned to a calm temper, he who before refused to hear him, was now overpowered by his discourse, never after handled cards, and became exemplary in his life. He was particularly free in his converse with soldiers who are greater libertines, and more debauched in the Indies than elsewhere. For, that they might the less suspect him, he kept them company, and because sometimes when they saw him coming, they had hid their cards and dice, he told them, they were not of the clergy, neither could they continue praying all the day, that cheating, quarreling, and swearing were forbid to gamesters, but that play was not forbid to a soldier. Sometimes he played at chess himself out of compliance, when they whom he studied to withdraw from vice were lovers of that game. And a Portuguese gentleman, whose name was Don Diego Noragna, had once a very ill opinion of him for it. This cavalier, who had heard a report of Xavier, that he was a saint-like man, and desired much to have a sight of him, happened to be aboard of the same galley. Not knowing his person, he inquired which was he, but was much surprised to find him playing at chess with a private soldier. For he had formed in his imagination the idea of one who was recollected and austere, and who never appeared in public but to discourse of eternity or to work miracles. St. Francis de Sales was, in his younger days, a card player, though subsequently he condemned all games at cards as being in themselves unlawful. According to the Duchess of Orleans, the old Marshal Villeroy, who had known him in his youth, could never bring himself to call him saint. As often as the name of St. Francis de Sales was mentioned in his presence, he would observe, "I was delighted to learn that Mons. De Sales was a saint." He was fond of saying smutty things and used to cheat at cards. In other respects, he was a perfect gentleman, though a ninny. The excuse that he made for his cheating was that whatever he won was for the poor. Cardinal Mazarin, another dignitary of the Church of Rome, was much given to cheating at play as well as in politics, and it is related by an eyewitness that when he was on his deathbed, he still continued to play at cards, one of the company holding his hand, and that he was thus employed when he received the Pope's plenary indulgence, together with the viaticum as a prince of the Church from the papal nuncio. In the 16th and 17th centuries, many of the clergy of all degrees in France, Spain, and Italy appear to have been much addicted not only to card playing, but to gaming in general, notwithstanding the determinations of casuists and the prohibitions of councils. Masses and prayers were sometimes staked by the priest against the hard money of the layman, and even devout people, following the example set them by their pastors, used to play with each other for aves and paternosters. On the subject of the clergy staking masses at play, Barbeyrac, a Protestant, observes, "These are in truth frivolous matters, and of no effect, to say no worse. Nevertheless, as those who traffic in them believe, or, at least, pretend to believe that a kind of sanctity and supernatural virtue are attached to their use, all play for such stakes is unlawful, and he who thus profanely ventures them is evidently guilty both of sacrilege and simony." With respect to playing for prayers, Thiers says that the practice is not condemned by Dr. Navarre, and that Pierre Reynaud bears witness of its being admitted among the devout. For his own part, however, he disapproves of it as a heteroclite refinement of devotion, and is of opinion that there is some degree of irreverence in playing for psalms, paternosters, and aves. The Spanish phrase, jugar los caeres, shows that such a practice was not unusual among the clergy of that country, though the explanation of the phrase in some dictionaries is that it relates to a clergyman who plays away the alms that are given him for praying. It yet properly relates to a clergyman who plays away prayers, not the money given for them. Among the vices generated by gaming, that of swearing is especially noted by most authors who have written on the subject. The French appear to have minced and frittered their oaths, swearing like a comfit-maker's wife, the English and Germans to have sworn grossly, and the Spaniards and Italians to have blasphemed in a spirit of refined impiety. Pascasius Justus, in this respect, calls the gaming table the devil's farm, and says that it always yields him a most abundant crop. In his time, gamesters do not appear to have merely sworn from vexation, but even to have delighted in pouring forth a volley of oaths. He relates that, when he once told a gambler that he himself could never utter an oath, the other replied, "Then you are ignorant of a great pleasure." A French writer, speaking of the oaths of the Spaniards, gives the following anecdote as an instance of their impiety. On one occasion, when an order had been issued to the Spanish army against swearing, a soldier, having lost all his money at cards, and not daring to violate the letter of the order, gave vent to his feelings by exclaiming, "Beso las manos, Senor Pilato." "I thank you, Mr. Pontius Pilate." Il devoit erter brûlé is the judgment of the relator. A similar instance of blasphemy, on the part of an Italian who had lost his money at cards, is recorded by Henry Stephens in the introduction to his Traité de la conformité des merveilles anciennes avec les modernes. With respect to the passions excited by gaming, the learned and pious Jeremy Collier expresses his opinion in the following manner, in his Essay on Gaming, in a dialogue. "I can't help observing that playing deep sets the spirits on float, strikes the mind strongly into the face, and discovers a man's weakness very remarkably. Cards and dice and sea command the humor no less than the moon does the tide. You may see the passions come up with the dice, and ebb and flow with the fortune of the game. What alternate returns of hope and fear, of pleasure and regret, are frequently visible upon such occasions. Epsilon u theta alpha delta. Letter 1 F01 mu omicron iota mu omega gamma eta, tau epsilon kappa alpha iota, epsilon chi omega lambda, pi epsilon lambda epsilon nu, alpha nu delta rho omega nu omicron lambda epsilon nu tau omega nu, tau epsilon. Kappa alpha iota, omicron lambda epsilon nu omega nu. As you say, gaming is an image of war, the sudden turns of success are easily discernible, the advances of victory or ill luck make a strange revolution in the blood. The countenance takes its tincture from the chance and appears in the colors of the prospect. With what anxiousness is the issue expected? You would think a jury of life and death was gone out upon them. The sentence for execution is not received with more concern than the unlucky appearance of a cast or a card. Thus some people are miserably ruffled and thrown off the hinges. They seem distressed to an agony. You'd pity them for the meanness of their behavior. Others are no less foolishly pleased, break out with childish satisfaction, and bring the covetousness of their humor too much into view. Now, since play is thus arbitrary over the passions, who would resign the repose of his mind and the credit of his temper to the mercy of chance? Who would stake his discretion upon such unnecessary hazards and throw the dice, whether he should be in his wits or not? On Dalomes, the other speaker in the dialogue, observing that this does not always follow, that some people play without the least offensiveness or ruffle and lose great sums with all the decency and indifference imaginable, the author, in the character of Callimachus, thus proceeds. Alas, this is often but a copy of the countenance. Things are not so smooth within as they seem without. Some people, when they bleed, inwardly have the art to conceal the anguish, and this is generally the most of the matter. But if they are really unconcerned, if so heavy a blow brings no smart along with it, the case is still worse. These men have no sense of the value of money, they won't do the least penance for their folly, they have not so much as the guard of a remorse. This stoicism is the speediest dispatch to beggary. Nothing can be more dangerous than such a stupid tranquility. To be thus becalmed presages short allowance. This sedateness makes the man foolhardy, renew the combat, and venture a brush for the remainder. For he that can be beaten at his ease and feels no pain upon a wound, will fight, most likely, as long as his legs will bear him. But this insensibleness is rarely met with. Very few are proof against a shrewd chance to this degree. When misfortune strikes home, 'tis seldom decently received, their temper goes off with their money. For, according to the proverb, qui perd la scene, perd la sens, and here one loss usually makes people desperate, and leads to another. And now the gentlemen of your function are extremely vigilant to improve the opportunity and observe the current of the passions. You know very well when a man's head grows misty with ill luck, when the spleen comes over his understanding, and he has fretted himself off his guard, he is much the easier conquest. Thus, when your bubbles are going down the hill, you manage accordingly, lend them a push, though their bones are broken at the bottom. But I forget myself, there's neither mercy nor justice in some people's business. To return, you know I may take it for granted that your gaming sparks are horribly ruffled when things with a promising face sicken and sink on the sudden when they are surprisingly crossbitten, and success is snatched from their grasp. When this happens, which is not unfrequent, the spirits are up immediately, and they are a storm at the first blast. The train takes fire, and they kindle and flash at the touch like gunpowder. And when the passions are thus rampant, nothing is more common than oaths and execrable language. When instead of blaming their own rashness and disciplining their folly, they are cursing their stars and raging against their fate. These paroxysms of madness run sometimes so high that you would think the devil had seized the organs of speech, and that they were possessed in every syllable. And to finish farther, these hideous sallies are sometimes carried on to quarreling and murder. The dice, it may be, are snatched too quick, the cast is disputed, the loading and legerdemain is discovered. Jamk faces at saxavolent. Upon this, they run to arms, and after some artillery discharged in swearing, come to a close encounter. And thus one of them is run through the lungs and left agonizing upon the place. Or, as it happened not long since, the gamester is knocked down with a pint-pot, and his skull broken. He is forced to be trepanned, and then relapsing into play and drinking, dies of a frenzy. As to the hazards, they are frightful and sufficient to overset the temper of better principled people than gamesters commonly are. Have we not heard of ladies losing hundreds of guineas at a sitting, and others more slenderly stocked, disfurnish their husbands' studies, and play off the books which, it may be, help to feed them? And when the women are thus courageous, the men conclude their own sex calls for a bolder liberty, that they ought to go farther in danger and appear more brave in the methods of ruin. Thus a manor has been lost in an afternoon, the suit and service follow the cast, and the right is transferred sooner than the lawyer can draw the conveyance. A box and dice are terrible artillery, a battery of cannons scarcely plays with more execution, they make a breach in a castle, and command a surrender in a little time. A curious rabbinical tract on the subject of gaming entitled Hebrew Samic, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Mem, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Tayin, that is, depart from evil, seems to require some notice here. It was first printed at Venice, about 1615, was reprinted at Leyden about 1660, and a third edition, accompanied with a German translation, was published at Leipzig in 1683. None of the editors mention either the name of the author or the time when he lived. The work is in the form of a dialogue between two young Jews, one of whom, named Medad, maintains the lawfulness of gaming, and is opposed by the other, named Eldad. The work is divided into 6 chapters. The first is merely introductory, giving a brief account of the speakers in the dialogue Medad, a merchant's son, addicted to play, and Eldad, his friend, who endeavors to reclaim him. The second chapter contains the argument which they had on the subject of gaming and commerce, Medad endeavoring to show that play is commendable and similar to commerce, while Eldad maintains the contrary. In the third chapter, Eldad undertakes to prove from the scriptures that a gamester breaks all the 10 commandments, and Medad ingeniously answers him. In the fourth chapter, Eldad, on the authority of the Talmud and other rabbinical works, maintains that a gamester can neither be a judge nor a witness, and Medad answers him, citing opposite passages from the same authorities. In the fifth chapter, Eldad recites a piece of poetry descriptive of the miserable state of a gamester, and Medad, in return, recites another, wherein the pleasures of a gamester's life are highly extolled. In the sixth and last chapter, Eldad seriously exhorts his friend to assent to truth. Medad yields, and acknowledges that the cause which he had maintained was bad. The following are a few of the more remarkable passages in the argument of Medad, the advocate of gaming. Play is commendable, the same as all other human inventions. It is like a bright mirror in which many excellent things are to be discovered, exciting to a sluggish man, and causing him to forget the cares incident to daily life. Though it be undeniable that he whose whole pleasure consists in keeping the commands of the Lord, and who is neither vain nor ambitious, is a better man than he who plays. Yet of the various pursuits in which men engage in order to obtain wealth or power, play is one which may be allowed to those who, without pretending to be absolutely righteous, yet endeavor to be as righteous as they can. Through much trafficking man becomes knowing, and wares are in Hebrew called Hebrew Samek, Hebrew Kate, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Hay, a word which means circulation, or that which circulates, on account of their passing from one person to another by way of barter or sale. Why should play not be estimated the same as any other business, at which money is sometimes lost and sometimes gained? The determining of matters by lot or chance is even of divine institution. The high priest's sin offering was to be determined by lot. The land was to be divided amongst the 12 tribes by lot. David, in the 16th Psalm, says that the Lord maintains his lot. And in Proverbs, chapter Roman 18, we are told that the lot causeth contentions to cease, and parteth between the mighty. It is answered that traffic or commerce is productive of mutual benefit. But hearken, in anticipation of a dearth you purchase 100 quarters of corn of your neighbor, and lock it up in your granaries in the hope of gaining double. You raise your face to heaven, but it is to look out for the signs of bad weather, and you are content that there should be a famine in the land, provided that you thrive by it. When your wine vats are full to overflowing, you enjoy the storm of thunder and hail that destroys the vintage of the year, for you will thus be enriched. But is this just? Is there any mutual benefit in this? Can you make your profit without the rest of the world being injured? And yet you are held to be an honorable fair-dealing man in the third chapter of the tract Sanhedrin. Gamesters and usurers are indeed classed together. But it is known that in the scriptures usury is strongly condemned, while play is not even forbidden. But now, those who live by usury are honored, and so far from being deprived of the right of acting as judges or of giving testimony as witnesses, they are magistrates and rulers. A word of theirs is worth 100 witnesses. Gamesters, on the contrary, are unjustly vilified, and he who does not speak evil of play runs the risk of being excommunicated. Even the losing gamester may derive great advantage from his play. He is thus taught to bear losses with patience, and when in other matters he has been unlucky and has lost much money, he consoles himself with the thought that it is only what has often happened to him at play. He perceives that nothing is stable or perpetual in human affairs, and takes the good and the bad with even temper. From his games, he also acquires the elements of science. He learns arithmetic without a master, and also becomes a proficient in logic and rhetoric from his exercise of those arts on his opponents. From the cards he may acquire a knowledge of painting, and from the dice, which are exactly squared, he may learn mathematics. In short, he who plays at cards and dice has a hand in all arts. The Hebrew word Hebrew bait, Hebrew calf, Hebrew lamed, which signifies in all, is, in its numerical value, equal to 52. That is, Hebrew bait equals 2, Hebrew calf equals 20, and Hebrew lamed equals 30. In all 52 the number of cards in a French pack. The Hebrew word Hebrew vav, Hebrew yod, Hebrew dalate, which signifies a hand, is in the same manner, reckoning the word itself as one, equal to 21. That is, Hebrew vav equals 6, Hebrew yod equals 10, Hebrew dalet equals 4, the word itself equals 1, in all 21, the number of the spots on a die. Thus, from his play, may a man learn righteousness and how to conduct himself with moderation. Though the game of cards has not been so elaborately moralized as the game of chess, yet the pack has not wanted spiritual expounders, who have ingeniously shown that it might serve, not only as a perpetual almanac, but also as a moral monitor and a help to devotion. The most popular and best known of such expositions, or rather applications, is that entitled The Perpetual Almanac or Gentleman Soldier's Prayer Book, which has been long circulated in this country as a penny chapbook. Mons. Leber says that it is an imitation of a French tract on the same subject, entitled Explication morale du jeu de cartes, Anecdote curieuse et intéressante, sous le nom de Louis Brasdefer, engagé au service du roi, which seems to have been first published at Brussels in 1778. The history of Brasdefer is referred to by Breitkopf and Mons. Renoir, speaking of singers, researches into the history of playing cards. In the catalogue of his library, observes, Cet auteur, qui est tout recherché, en a probablement pas tout rencontré, car est-il eut seulement entrevu, aurait-il laissé échapper l'explication morale du jeu de cartes par le soldat Brasdefer, l'une des pieces les plus notables de la bibliothèque du Sols. In order that a similar objection may not be brought against the writer of this work, the whole of the Perpetual Almanac is here given, verbatim, from a broadside. Printed by J. Catnack, 2 Monmouth Court, 7 Dials. The Perpetual Almanac, or Gentleman Soldier's Prayer Book, showing how one Richard Middleton was taken before the mayor of the city he was in for using cards in church during divine service, being a droll, merry, and humorous account of an odd affair that happened to a private soldier in the 60th Regiment of Foot. The sergeant commanded his party to the church, and when the parson had ended his prayer, he took his text, and all of them that had a Bible pulled it out to find the text. But this soldier had neither Bible, almanac, nor common prayer book, but he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a pack of cards and spread them before him as he sat. And while the parson was preaching, he first kept looking at one card and then at another. The sergeant of the company saw him and said, "Richard, put up your cards, for this is no place for them." "Never mind that," said the soldier, "you have no business with me here." Now the parson had ended his sermon and all was over. The soldiers repaired to the churchyard, and the commanding officer gave the word of command to fall in, which they did. The sergeant of the city came and took the man prisoner. "Man, you are my prisoner," said he. "Sir," said the soldier, "what have I done that I am your prisoner? You have played a game at cards in the church." "No," said the soldier, "I have not played a game, for I only looked at a pack." "No matter for that, you are my prisoner. Where must we go?" Said the soldier. "You must go before the mayor," said the sergeant. So he took him before the mayor, and when they came to the mayor's house, he was at dinner. When he had dined, he came down to them and said, "Well, sergeant, what do you want with me? I have brought a soldier before you for playing at cards in the church." "What, that soldier? Yes." "Well, soldier, what have you to say for yourself? Much, sir, I hope. Well and good, but if you have not, you shall be punished the worst that ever man was." "Sir," said the soldier, "I have been 5 weeks upon the march, and have but little to subsist on, and am without either Bible, almanac, or common prayer book, or anything but a pack of cards. I hope to satisfy your honor of the purity of my intentions." Then the soldier pulled out of his pocket the pack of cards, which he spread before the mayor. He then began with the ace. "When I see the ace," said he, "it puts me in mind that there is one God only. When I see the deuce, it puts me in mind of the Father and the Son. When I see the tray, it puts me in mind of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. When I see the 4, it puts me in mind of the 4 evangelists that penned the gospel, viz. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. When I see the 5, it puts me in mind of the 5 wise virgins who trimmed their lamps. There were 10, but 5 were foolish who were shut out. When I see the 6, it puts me in mind that in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. When I see the 7, it puts me in mind that on the 7th day God rested from all the works which he had created and made, wherefore the Lord blessed the 7th day and hallowed it. When I see the 8, it puts me in mind of the 8 righteous persons that were saved when God drowned the world, viz. Noah, his wife, 3 sons, and their wives. When I see the 9, it puts me in mind of 9 lepers that were cleansed by our Savior. There were 10, but 9 never returned God thanks. When I see the 10, it puts me in mind of the 10 commandments that God gave Moses on Mount Sinai on the 2 tables of stone. He took the knave and laid it aside. When I see the queen, it puts me in mind of the Queen of Sheba, who came from the furthermost parts of the world to hear the wisdom of King Solomon, for she was as wise a woman as he was a man. For she brought 50 boys and 50 girls, all clothed in boys' apparel, to show before King Solomon, for him to tell which were boys and which were girls. But he could not, until he called for water for them to wash themselves. The girls washed up to their elbows, and the boys only up to their wrists. So King Solomon told by that. And when I see the king, it puts me in mind of the great King of heaven and earth, which is God Almighty, and likewise His Majesty King George, to pray for him. Well, said the mayor, you have a very good description of all the cards except one which is lacking. Which is that? Said the soldier. The knave, said the MISERO. I can give your honor a very good description of that if your honor won't be angry. No, I will not, said the mayor, if you will not term me to be the knave. Well, said the soldier, the greatest that I know is the sergeant of the city that brought me here. I don't know, said the mayor, that he is the greatest knave, but I am sure that he is the greatest fool. When I count how many spots there are in a pack of cards, I find there are 365. There are so many days in a year. When I count how many cards there are in a pack, I find there are 52. There are so many weeks in a year. When I count how many tricks in a pack, I find there are 13. There are so many months in a year. You see, sir, that this pack of cards is a Bible, almanac, common prayer book, and pack of cards to me. Then the mayor called for a loaf of bread, a piece of good cheese, and a pot of good beer, and gave the soldier a piece of money, bidding him to go about his business, saying he was the cleverest man he had ever seen. Another chapbook, entitled A New Game at Cards, between a nobleman in London and one of his servants, is merely a variation of the Perpetual Almanac. A servant being denounced to his master as a gambler, denies the fact, and on a pack of cards being found in his pocket, he asserts that he is unacquainted with their use as mere cards, and that he uses them as an almanac, and sometimes converts them into a prayer book. The 4 suits answer to the 4 quarters of the year. There are 13 cards in each suit, and 13 weeks in each quarter. The 12 coat cards correspond with the 12 months in a year, and there are just as many weeks in the year as cards in a pack. The king and queen remind him of his allegiance. The 10 reminds him of the 10 commandments. The 9 of the 9 muses. The 8 of the 8 altitudes and the 8 persons who were saved in the ark. The 7 of the 7 wonders of the world and the 7 planets that rule the days of the week. The 6 of the 6 petitions contained in the Lord's Prayer and of the 6 working days in a week. The 5 of the 5 senses, the 4 of the 4 seasons. The 3 of the 3 graces, and of the 3 days and nights that Jonah was in the whale's belly. The 2 of the 2 testaments, old and new, and of the 2 contrary principles, virtue and vice. And the ace of the worship of one God. With respect to the knave, which, like the soldier, he had laid aside, and had omitted to notice in its proper place, he says, on being asked its meaning by his master, that it will always remind him of the person who informed against him. A variation of the history of Bras de Fer was published at Paris in 1809, with notes by a Mons. Haddon under the following title, Histoire du jeu de cartes du Grenadier Richard, aux explication du jeu de 50 du cartes en forme de livres de prière. Mons G. Brunnett, in his Notice bibliographique sur les cartes à jouer, says that this livret is not devoid of originality, and that it is not easily met with. From the passages which he quotes, it would appear that the Grenadier Richard was equally well read in sacred and profane history, and that he had thumbed both his concordance and his classical dictionary to some purpose. The ace reminds him, amongst various other things, of the unity of the deity, that Noah left the ark 1 year after the deluge, and that there is only one Catholic Church. When he sees the 9, he thinks of the 9 orders of angels, and is reminded that Christ died at the 9th hour of the day. A queen reminds him of Eve, Judith, Dalila, the Queen of Sheba, and the Virgin Mary, a knave, of the centurion in the Gospel, and a king of Adam, Solomon, or any king mentioned in Holy Writ. The 12 coat cards remind him of the 12 fountains of Elim, the 12 precious stones in the breastplate of the high priest, the 12 loaves of showbread, the 12 stones with which Eli built an altar, the 12 patriarchs, the 12 oxen that sustained the brazen sea in Solomon's temple, the 12 apostles, the 12 articles of the creed, and the 12 feasts which are more particularly celebrated by the Church of Rome in honor of Christ. Diamonds le carreau make him think of the place where the cross was fixed. Spades le pique of the lance which pierced the side of Christ, and clubs le trèfle, with their triple leaves, of the love of the 3 women who went early in the morning with perfumes to the Holy Sepulchre. On subjects of heathen mythology, cards are equally suggestive to his well-stored memory. The 3 reminds him of the 3 sons of Saturn, Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto, of the 3 Furies, the 3 Graces, the 3 Hesperides, the 3 daughters of Minos, and the 3 horses of the chariot of Pluto. The 4 reminds him of the 4 ages, the 4 horses of the chariot of the sun, and the 4 labyrinths, namely, of Egypt, Crete, Italy, and Lemnos. And whenever he sees the 9, he is vividly reminded of the 9 muses and the 9 acres of land covered by the body of the giant Tithias. The 12 coat cards are suggestive of the 12 gods and goddesses, the 12 labors of Hercules, and sundry other 12s besides. The following historical anecdote, apropos of a pack of cards, is extracted from a little book in duodecimo, entitled The Social and Instructive Companion, printed for T. Field in Paternoster Row, 1765. The same story is also inserted in the Whitehall Evening Post of the 27th September, 1767, and the editor says that it is related in the manuscript memoirs of Richard, Earl of Cork, and of Henry Usher, Primate of Armagh. He further adds that its truth was ascertained by James Usher, Archbishop of Armagh, nephew of the aforesaid Henry. Whether true or false, a great many more improbable things have passed current as authentic history upon no better evidence. Queen Mary, having dealt severely with the Protestants in England, signed a commission about the latter end of her reign for taking the same course with them in Ireland. And to execute the same with greater force, she nominated Dr. Cole, who had recommended himself by wholesome severities in England, to be one of the commissioners, sending the commission by the doctor himself. In the way, Dr. Cole lodged one night at Chester, where, being visited as the Queen's messenger and a churchman of distinction by the mayor of that city, he informed this magistrate of the contents of his message, and taking a box out of his cloak bag, said, "Here is a commission that shall lash the heretics," meaning the Protestants of Ireland. The good woman of the house, being well affected to the Protestant religion, and having also a brother named John Edmonds, then a citizen in Dublin and a Protestant, was greatly disturbed at the doctor's words. But waiting a convenient time whilst the mayor took his leave, and the doctor complimented him downstairs, she ventured to open the box, and taking the commission out, she in its place put a sheet of paper, and a pack of cards, with the knave of clubs faced uppermost, wrapped up. The doctor, at his return to his chamber, suspecting nothing of what had been done, put up the box again into his cloak bag, and next day, the wind setting fair, he sailed for Ireland, and landed at Dublin the 7th of October, 1558. The doctor having notified his arrival at the castle, the Lord Deputy Fitzwalters sent for him to come before His Excellency and the Privy Council, to whom the doctor made a long speech relating to the subject of his commission, and then presented the leather box with its contents to the Lord Deputy. But when the deputy opened it for the secretary to read the commission, lo, to the great surprise of all present and the doctor's confusion, there was nothing found but a pack of cards with the knave of clubs faced uppermost. The doctor assured the deputy and council that he had a commission, but knew not how it was gone. "Then," said the Lord Deputy, "let us have another commission, and we will shuffle the cards in the meanwhile." The doctor withdrew in great trouble of mind, and hasting back to England, obtained a fresh commission. But being detained some time at the waterside for a fair wind, he was prevented from putting it into execution by the news of the Queen's death. This account of the providential deliverance of the Protestants in Ireland from the Marian persecution is attested in the memorials of Richard, Earl of Cork, by the Lord Primate Usher, and in Sir James Ware's MSS, who also writes that Queen Elizabeth, being informed of the truth thereof by the Lord Deputy Fitzwalters, Her Majesty was so delighted that she sent for the good woman named Elizabeth Edmonds, but by her husband, whom she afterwards married, named Mathershead, and gave her a pension of £40 during life, for having saved her Protestant subjects of Ireland. Having now laid before the reader a store of facts and speculations on the origin and history of cards, a sketch of the progress of card playing in different countries in Europe, and a collection of the opinions of several eminent men on the lawfulness of the game theologically and morally considered, together with sundry other matters either naturally or artificially associated with cards. I shall conclude the work by a brief recapitulation of a few of the leading facts and circumstances relating to the origin of cards and the time of their first introduction into Europe. In Hindustan, the tradition is that cards were known in that country at a remote period upwards of 1,000 years ago. But I have not been able to learn that they are mentioned in any Hindustani work of an early date, and I am informed, on the authority of the Sanskrit professor at Oxford, that there is no Sanskrit word for playing cards. This last fact is, however, of but little weight as negative evidence of cards being unknown in Hindustan 1,000 years ago. For long before that time, Sanskrit had become obsolete as a vernacular language. In China, if any credit can be attached to the two dictionaries, or rather cyclopedias, of the greatest authority in that country, dotted cards were invented in 1120 in the reign of Sun Ho, and began to be common in the reign of Keo-Tsung, who ascended the throne in 1131. Cards carte are mentioned in an Italian work, said to have been composed by Sandro di Papazo in 1299. But as the Ms is not of an earlier date than 1400, there is good reason for concluding the word to be an interpolation, seeing that in several works of the earlier part of the 14th century, which had been cited to prove that cards were then known in Europe, it has been discovered that the term cards was an interpolation introduced at a later period by a transcriber. The author of The Gulden Spill, a work written about the middle of the 15th century and printed at Augsburg in 1472, says that he had read that the game of cards was first brought into Germany in 1300. No fact, however, confirmatory of the correctness of this account has been discovered, and the omission of all notice of cards by European authors of the earlier half of the 14th century, even when expressly treating of the games in vogue at the period, may be received as good negative evidence of their not being then known as a popular game in Europe. De non apparentibus et non existentibus idem est ratio. Admitting cards to be of Eastern invention a fact, which appears to be sufficiently established by the evidence adduced in the first chapter, it would seem that they first became known in Europe as a popular game between 1360 and 1390. Covoluzzo, an Italian chronicler of the 15th century, says that the game was first brought into Viterbo in 1379. In 1393, 3 packs of cards were painted by Jacquemin Gringanor for the amusement of Charles Roman VI of France. In 1397, the working people of Paris were forbid to play at cards on working days, and in the same year card playing was prohibited by the magistrates of Ulm. Such are the principal facts relative to the introduction of cards into Europe. The game appears to have rapidly spread amongst all classes of people. The manufacture of cards was a regular business in Germany and Italy prior to 1425. The importation of foreign cards into England was prohibited by Act of Parliament in 1463, and about 1484, cards, as at present, was a common Christmas game. It is unnecessary to recapitulate the more prominent incidents which mark the progress of card playing. It may be sufficient to observe that no other game was ever so generally played, with people of both sexes, young and old, rich and poor. Even the Red Man of America, the Stoic of the woods, has acquired a knowledge of cards from his neighbors of European descent and ceases to be apathetic when engaged in the game. It is, perhaps, as extensively diffused as the use of tobacco, and is certainly indulged in by a greater variety of persons. Appendix Number 1. List of the specimens of cards given in the Jeu de cartes Taros et de cartes numériles du 14e au 18e cycle, published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais, Paris. 117 cards, ascribed to Gringanor, from the originals in the Bibliothèque du Roi. 210 cards, from the originals engraved on wood and colored in the Bibliothèque du Roi. Supposed date, 1425. 3 cards from the originals engraved on wood in the possession of Mons, Hameuville. Supposed date, 1440. 4 copies of the set of 50 old Italian engravings, usually called tarocchi. Supposed date, 1470. 5 10 plates containing a set of 52 circular cards with the mark TW and having hares, parakeets, pinks, and columbines as the marks of the suits. Supposed date, 1477. 6 4 cards of a pack, engraved on copper at Venice, in 1491. 7 10 plates containing 40 cards with human figures, bears and lions, deer and birds as the marks of the suits. From the originals, ascribed to the master of 1466, formerly in the possession of Mr. T. Wilson, but now in the Bibliothèque du Roi. 8 4 plates containing 36 cards of a German pack of 52, engraved on wood, of the date 1511. 9 a plate containing 16 Portuguese cards of the date 1693. 10 a plate containing 12 French cards, engraved by Vincent Gouraud of the time of Henry Roman IV. 11 a plate containing 16 French cards of the time of Louis Roman XIII. 12 a plate containing 12 cards of a Republican pack, engraved in France about 1793. 13 a plate containing 12 cards of another Republican pack, engraved in France about the same period as the preceding. The originals of all the specimens, with the exception of those mentioned under number 3, are preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi. Number 2. A list of the principal works either directly relating to cards or incidentally treating of the game. From the Jeu de cartes Taros et de cartes numériles, with many additions. Le Ménagier de Paris, Traité de morale et d'économie domestique composé, vers 1393, par un bourgeois parisien. Publié pour la première fois par la Société des Bibliophiles Francais. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1848. In gold, des Gulden Spill. Folio, Augsburg, 1472. Baptista Platina de Honesta Voluptate. 42 Venice, 1475. Galatus Martius de Doctrina Promiscua, about 1490. R. Maffei Voladirani Commentaria Urbana, 1506. Logica Memorativa, Chartaludium Logis Octor Toma Merner, 4 to Cracovie, 1507, Strasbourg, 1509, reprinted at Paris. 8 Vaux, 1629. Falsiae Vostocidni Grammatica Figurata, 4 to 1509. Speculum Fatuorum Octor Joanne Jailer de Kiesersberg, Concionator Argentorens. Sect. Elexexve Lusorum Turba, 4 to Strasbourg, 1511. Chartaludium Institute Summary, Vel Institutions Justiniani, Dr. Toma Merner, Memorante et Ludent. 4 to Argentini, 1518. Teologi Omnis Hadriani Barlandi, 8 Vaux, Paris, 1542. Ludus Chartarum, Dialogus Octor Ludovico Vives, 1545. Raginamiento del Divino Pietro Aretino, nel quale si parla del giuoco, con morlida Piaceval. 8 Vaux, about 1545. Reprinted in 1589 and 1651. Le Mépris et le Contemnement de tous les jeux de sorte, par all. Gowan 8 Vaux, Paris, 1550. Cento Giuaci Liberali e d'Ingegno, de Innocentio Ringheri Ritrovati. 4 to Bologna, 1551. Satire invectiva contra los tahirs, enquisi declaran los donos, qual cuopo, y al alma, y la hacienda si siguen del jugo de los napes, por Diego del Castillo. 12 Mo, Sevilla, 1557. Pascasius Justus Dualia, about 1560. Reprinted in 4-2 with a large appendix on the subject of gaming, selected from various authors by Joannes a Munster at Neustadt in the Diocese of Spires, 1617. Hieronymi Cardani Lib, de Ludoali, about 1560. John Northbrook's treatise against dicing, dancing, plays, and other idle pastimes, 1577. Reprinted by the Shakespeare Society, 1843. Liber Dualia, au breve remontrant sur les jeux de cartes et de dace, par Lambert Dana. Small 8 Vaux, Paris, 1579. Philip Stubbs's Anatomy of Abuses, 12 Mo, 1583. Reginald Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, 4 to 1584. Le Triomphe du Berlin, par J. Perrick, 8 Vaux, Paris, 1585. Del Giuoco, Discorso dell'Ar Padre M. Tommaso Buoninsegni, 4 to Florence, 1585. a short and plain dialogue concerning the unlawfulness of playing at cards or tables, by James Bomford. First edition, 1593. Reprinted in 1607. Les Tromperies et Piperies du Jeu, ou la Mort aux Pipers. 12 Mo, Paris, 1608. The Four Knaves, a series of satirical tracts, by Samuel Rowlands, 1611-13. Reprinted by the Percy Society, 1843. Commentarius contra ludum illyrum, chartarum silicet ac taxalorum, a Frater Angelo Rocca, Episcopo Tagastensi. 4-2 Rome, 1616. On the Nature and Use of Lots, by Thomas Gatacre, B.D., 4-2 London, 1619. Second edition, 1627. Académie des Jeux. 12 Mo, Paris, 1659. Numerous enlarged editions of this work have been published. And Senftalbius dualia veterum, p. 137-8. 8 Vaux, Leipzig, 1667. The Complete Gamester, by Charles Cotton. 12 Mo, London, 1674. Der Geliet und Bekeet Spieler. Des ist ein annehmliches Traktatlein, darin zwei jüdisch Studenten scharfsinnig disputern, was vom Spiel zu halten sei, ins Deutsch übersetzet von P.A. Christian. 12 Mo, Leipzig, 1683. The first edition of the original Hebrew appears to have been printed at Venice about 1615. A second edition was printed at Leyden about 1660. Traité des Jeux et des Divertissements, parem Jean-Baptiste Thiers, Docteur en Théologie. 12 Mo, Paris, 1686. Parallèle entre la jurisprudence espagnole et celle de France, relativement aux jeux de cartes. Par Lucio Marinero Seculo, 1686. Elenchus quorum dem aerum qui de ludis scripserunt, et de ludis orientalibus, Octor Toma Hyde. 12 Mo, Oxford, 1694. Réflexions sur ce que l'on appelle Benhur et Malheur en matière de loteries, par J. Leclerc. 12 Mo, Amsterdam, 1696. Bibliothèque instructive et curieuse, par le Père Menestrier. 12 Mo Trevoux, 1704. Essai d'analyse sur les jeux de hasard, cartes des tric-trac, Fig de Seb, Leclerc, 4-2 Paris, 1708. Traité du jeu, où l'on examine les principales questions de droit natural et de morale qui ont rapport à cette matière, par Jean Barbarac. 16 Mo, Amsterdam, 1710. Second edition, Revue et Augmentée, 1738. An essay upon gaming, in a dialogue between Callimachus and Dolomes, by Jeremy Collier. A.M., 8 Vaux, London, 1713. Memoirs of the lives, intrigues, and comical adventures of the most famous gamesters and celebrated sharpers in the reigns of Charles Roman II, James Roman II, William Roman III, and Queen Anne. By Theophilus Lucas, Esquire 12 Mo, 1714. The Court Gamester, or Full and Easy Instructions for Playing the Games Now in Vogue. By Richard Seymour, Esquire 12 Mo, 2nd edition, London, 1720. Dissertation sur l'origine du jeu de piquet, par le Père Daniel Extrait du Journal de Trevoux, Mai, 1720. A View of the Antique Laws Against Immorality and Profaneness, by the Reverend John Disney, A.M. Folio, London, 1729. A Short Treatise on the Game of Whist, by Edmund Hoyle, Gent, 12 Mo, first published about 1737. Historia della città di Viterbo, de Feliciano Bussi. Folio, Rome, 1740. This work contains the extract from Coviluzzo, relating to the introduction of cards into Viterbo in 1379, first pointed out by M. C. Leber. The Humors of Whist, a dramatic satire, as acted every day at White's and other coffee houses and assemblies. 8 Vaux, London, 1743. A Letter to a Lady on Card-Playing on the Lord's Day. 8 Vaux, London, 1748. Longrana, Tom, I.P. 408. 12 Mo, Berlin, 1754. Recherches sur les cartes à jouer, par Bullet. 12 Mo, Lyon, 1757. H. J. Claudii Bibliotheca Lusoria, Sive Notitia Scriptorum de Ludis. 8 Vaux, 1761. Meerman, Origins Typographicae. Volume I-4-2, 1765. Traité historique et pratique de la gravure en bois, par J. M. Papelin. Tom, I. P. 80. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1766. Berg on the Dignity of Human Nature. Volume Roman 2, p. 164-6. 8 Vaux, 1767. Cautums d'Italie par Baretti, Volume Roman 2. London, 1768. Encyclopédie des Arts et Métiers, Art du Cartier, par Duhamel du Monceau. 4-2, 1771-76. Idee générale d'une collection d'estampes, par le Baron de Heineken, 8 Vaux, Leipzig, 1771. Recueil des actes sur la régie du droit des cartes. 4-2, Paris, 1771. Il gioco del carte de Saverio Bettinelli. 8 Vaux, Cremona, 1775. C.G. von Meur, Journal zur Kunstgeschichte, 2 ter Thale, S8992, 98-200. 12 Mo, Nuremberg, 1776. Explication du jeu des cartes, Anecdote curieuse sous le nom de Louis Bras de Fer. 12 Mo, 1778. The original of the story of the soldier who used a pack of cards for his prayer book. Sur la Passion du Dieu, par du Solx. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1779. Mons. Paynot says that this work seems to have produced but little effect, for in the following year a councillor of Parliament, M. Bergeret de Frouville, lost at one sitting 27,000 louis. Éclaircissement sur l'invention des cartes à jouer, par l'Abbé Rive. 12 Mo, Paris, 1780. Le Monde Primitif, par Court de Gebelin, Tom, Roman 8 pp. 365-418. 4-2, Paris, 1781. Versuch den Ursprung der Spielkarten zu erforschen, von J.G.I. Breitkopf. 4-2, Leipzig, 1784. A Dissertation on the Pernicious Effects of Gaming, by Richard Hay, LL.D., 8 Vaux, Cambridge, 1784. Archaeologia, Volume Roman 8. Dissertations on the History of Playing Cards, by Barrington, Bowl, and Go. 4-2, London, 1787. In Volume Roman 15 of the same work, there is an account of the Italian game of Minchiate. Whist, a Poem in 12 Cantos, by Alex Thompson, Esquire 12 Mo, 2nd edition, London, 1792. Leçons sur l'histoire universelle, depuis le commencement du Roman 16 e cycle par M. Fant, professeur à l'Université d'Uppsala, 1780-93. In this work, the author speaks of the engraving of cards as having led to the invention of printing. Décret de la Convention, Dite Nationale de France, du 22 Octobre, 1793 qui enjoint aux municipalités francaises de purger les cartes à jouer de tous les emblemes de la royauté et de la féodalité. Materiali per servir all story del origine e de progressi del incisio in Rame e in Legno, called de Pietrozani, pp. 78-81 et 149-93. 8 Vaux, Parma, 1802. The Monthly Repository of Theology and General Literature. Volume I, pp. 534, 644-50. On the Propriety of Dissenting Ministers Playing at Cards, 8 Vaux, 1806. Essai sur l'origine de la gravure en bois et en taildus, par Henry Jansen. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1808. Le Painter Graveur par Adam Barch Tom, X pp. 7120 et Tom, Roman 13 pp. 120-38. 8 Vaux, Vienna, 1812. Apercu du jeu des Tarot, au jeu de la vie and C. par Durand. 12 Mo, Metz, 1813. Hindustani Cards, in the Calcutta Magazine, Volume Roman 2. 8 Vaux, Calcutta, 1815. Researches into the history of playing cards, with illustrations of the origin of printing and engraving on wood, by Samuel Weller Singer. 4-2, London, 1816. Mélanges d'origines étymologiques et de questions grammaticales, par Eloy Johano. p. 35, sur l'origine étymologique du nom espagnol et italien des cartes à jouer. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1818. The Gaming Calendar, to which are added the Annals of Gaming, by Seymour Harcourt, Esquire 12 Mo, 3rd edition, London, 1820. Geschichte der Hallschneidekunst, nebst zwei Beilegen enthaltend den Ursprung der Spielkarten und ein Verzeichnis der samt xylographischen Werk, von Joseph Heller. 8 Vaux, Bamberg, 1823. Analyse critique et raisonner de toutes les recherches publiées jusqu'à ce jour sur l'origine des cartes à jouer, Pargy Paynot, à la suite de ses recherches sur les danses de mort. 8 Vaux, Dijon, 1826. Catalogue raisonné of the select collection of engravings of an amateur, Mr. T. Wilson, pp. 8791, 4-2 London, 1828. Manuel du Cartenier, du Cartier, et du Fabricant de Cartonnage. Par M. Lebrun, pp. 189-37. 16 Meaux, Paris, 1830. Memories Petenti alla storia della calcografia, dal Conte Leopold Sicagnara. 8 Vaux, Prada, 1831. Origine francaise de la Boussole et des cartes à jouer, par Ray. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1836. Observations sur les cartes à jouer, par M. Duchess Nianet, extraits de l'annuaire historique pour 1837. 12 Meaux, Paris, 1836. Gaming and the Gaming Houses of London and Paris, or Les Masons des Jeux de Valais, by Scrutator. 8 Vaux, London, 1836. A Treatise on Wood Engraving, by William A. Chatto, p. 529. Royal 8 Vaux, published by Charles Knight & Co., London. 1,839 copies of this work without the third preface are incomplete. Catalogue des livres de signes, cartes, etc. de M. C. Leber. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1839. The list of works on cards and of old cards collected by Mons. Leber is in Tom. I. p. 240 et sec. Études historiques sur les cartes à jouer, principalement sur les cartes francaises. Par M. C. Leber. Extrait du tome Roman 16 des Mémoires de la Société Réale des Antiquaires de France. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1842. Notice bibliographique sur les cartes à jouer. 8 Vaux, Paris, 1842. A translation from the Lehrbuch einer Literarisches der berühmtesten Volker des Mittelalters. Von J.G.T. Grass, Dresden, 1842, with additions by Brunet the Younger. Dictionnaire historique des Moeurs des Franquais par la Chesnay des Bois. Tom. I. p. 374. Whist by B. E. Pote, in the Foreign Quarterly Review, No. 48. On the Costume of Coat Cards, by John Adai Repton, in the Gentleman's Magazine, for November, 1843. Sir Danciens Cartes à jouer, par M. le Baron de Riefenberg. Dans le Bulletin de l'Académie Royale des Sciences et des Beaux-Arts de Bruxelles, No. 10, 1847. Bibliotheca Antiquaria Fabricae. Vindicii Typographici, Octor Scopeflin. Dissertations sur l'origine et le progrès de la gravure en bois, par Fournier. Mémoires sur l'origine de l'imprimerie, par de Vigny. Essais sur Paris, par Sainte-Foy. Traité de la police, par de la Mare. Index. Act of Parliament of 1463, prohibiting the importation of cards, 96. Acts to protect gamesters who play on credit, 147. The reason of their partial repeal, 148. Advice to professional card players, 270. Alia, a general term for play, supposed to include cards, 61. Almanac Cotta's Card, 259. The Perpetual or Gentleman Soldier's Prayer Book, 321. Amadeus Roman VIII, Duke of Savoy, forbids gaming in 1430-80. Ames, William, 129. Preaches against cards and dice at Cambridge in 1610, 281. Aman Jost, his designs in a book of trades, 84 cards of his designing, 238. Anderson's History of Commerce, 96. Christopher, Annals of the English Bible, 109, 112. R. Ballads in the Cumberland Dialect, 185. Anson, Lord, the Circumnavigator, caricatured as a gamester, 181. Anstey's History of the Garter, 18. Arabian Nights, cards not mentioned in, 46. Aretine Pietro, his Carte Parlanti, 194, 207. Assembly rooms devoted to dancing and cards, 185. Istragali, 11. Avatars of Vishnu, 38. Bacon, Lord, his inquisitive spirit excited when a boy by a juggling trick with cards, 118. Baker's Chronicle, 108. Baker and Coase Eclectic Cards, 261. Bale John uses the word jackanapes, 233. Bomford's James, Tract concerning the unlawfulness of games of hazard, 129, 279. Barbarax Traité du Jeu, extracts from 280-294, 310. Barrington's The Hun. D. Observations on the Antiquity of Card Playing in England, 1846, 65, 107, 132, 145, 160. Berrois, J., On the Proper Meaning of the Name Gringonor, 76. Barches Painter-Graveur, 200, 223. Basset, Prohibited by Louis Roman XIV, 147. Battle of the Reedswire, 113. Bells, An Ornament of Dress, 240. Leber's Researches on the Subject, 245. Bernardin, Saint, His Address to the Citizens of Bologna, 90. Bibliophiles Franchise, Specimens of Cards published by, 190, 201, 253. Blacksmith's Coat of Arms, 6. Bonds Voluntary, to abstain from gaming, 79. Bras de Fer, His Moral Exposition of a Pack of Cards, 320, 324. Bryat-Kopp's Inquiry into the Origin of Playing Cards, 7, 26, 225, 239. Brief, the German name for cards, 26. Briefmiller, 84. Brunet the Younger, His Note Prefix to a Notice Bibliographique sur les cartes à jouer, 100, 326. Bullett's Recherches Historiques sur les cartes à jouer, 27-8. Buonensegni's Father Thomas, Discorso del Giuoco, 90. Bussy's History of Viterbo, 23, 73. Cabinet du Roi de France, cited, 111. Capability of Cards as a Subject of Disquisition, 2. Capistran, John, His Discourse Against Gaming at Nuremberg in 1452, 91. Card Playing at Bologna in 1423, 90. In Germany and the 15th century, 92. Card Playing Common in England as a Christmas game about 1484, 97. In Scotland, 98, 110, 113. At Rhodes in 1498, 99, 100. In Ireland and Spain, about 1590, 114, 15. In the reign of James I, 125. In the reign of Charles Roman II, 146, 9. In the reign of Queen Anne, 165. In the reign of George Roman II, 170, 80. In the reign of George Roman III, 186. Cards, Hindustani, 3250. Chinese, 55-9. Old Stenciled, in the British Museum, 88. Heraldic, 150. Historical, 153. Mathematical, 155. For carving, 156. Satirical, 157-9. Old Painted, ascribed to Gringonor, 195-8. Dr. Stukeley's, 205. Old French, 211, 214. Old German, engraved on copper, 226. Engraved on copper, ascribed to Israel van Mecken, 226. German, engraved on wood, 1511, 236. French of the time of Henry Roman IV, 250. Portuguese of the date 1693, 251. French Republican, 253-6. American, 256. Caricatures in the reign of George Roman II, 181. Cartas Epistolae from Carthage, 26. Cartes Charti, Cards, Probable Etymology of 2022. Carving, Cards Teaching the Art, 156. Castillo's Diego del, Satira contra los Tahirs, 115. Catharine of Aragon, wife of Henry Roman VIII, a card player, 107. Cervantes' Comical History of Rinconete and Cortadillo, 115. Charta, paper, Probable Etymology of 24. Chaturanga, the Hindustani name for chess, 16. Cheating at Cards, Trial on the Subject, 296. Chess, said to have been invented by an Indian, 13. Chesterfield, the Earl of a Card Player, 173. Chinese Cards, 55-9. Christie, James, His Inquiry into an Ancient Greek Game, 13. Clubs for Gaming, 170. Coles, Dr. Loss of his Commission, 327. Collier, Jeremy, on Gaming, 312. Colors of the Ground of the Hindustani Cards, 17, 35, 36, 37. Comedy devised on the Game of Cards, 122. Controversy on the lawfulness of playing at cards and other games of chance, 128, 279. Cook's Aurelian Titus Britannicus, 145. Cotta's Card Almanacs, 259. Cotton's Complete Gamester, 159. Counting and Guessing, 11. Covalezzo's Account of the Introduction of Cards into Viterbo, 73. Cuff, Secretary to the Earl of Essex, His Fortunes Told by Cards. Curse of Scotland, 266-8. Cyprian, Saint, His Treatise de Litoribus, 61, 290. Daniels Peer, Origin du jeu de piquet, 4, 209, 265. Dictionary of the Spanish Academy, Its Sanction of a Conundrum as an Etymology of Napes, 23. Dominotiers, an old name for engravers and colorers of woodcuts, 87. Ducange's Glossaries, 63-99. Duchesnes Observations sur les cartes à jouer, and Précis historiques, 65, 99, 189, 204, 206, 210, 225. Dunbar's W.M., Poems 110, Valet of Cards 234. Dutch Names of the Suits of Cards 230. Elizabeth, Queen, a Card Player 120. Engravings, a series of improperly called Taraki cards 199-204. Epitaph on Beau Nash 173. On a Noble Gambler 297. Equity, Natural, How to be Enforced in Games of Hazard 287. Evelyn's Memoirs 146. Exchequer, Derivation of the Word 1621. Fonti, the Italian name for the Knave of Cards 229. Fierge, The Furs of Persian Chess 14. Fleur-de-lis, on Coat Cards and in the Compass 7. Foreign Quarterly Review, article on whist 36. Formschneider, a wood engraver, as distinguished from a card painter, 83. Forret, Thomas, his objections to the manner in which many of the Scottish clergy, about 1539, spent their tithes, 111-12. Fortune, the Gambler's Goddess, 11. Fortune-telling by cards, 116-19. Four Kings, a name given to cards, 19. Franklin Doctor, his definition of man, 1. Freret on the origin of chess, 14. Ferny card, explained, 109. Game, the first played at 9. Games at cards in 1709, 159. Before the time of Charles Roman II, 160. Games, various, enumerated by Taylor, the Water Poet, 163. Games, 3 different species of, 294. Gaming excessive of the French clergy, about 1580, 111. Gammer Girton's Needle, cards mentioned in, 109. Gatacre Those, B.D. on lots, 129, 279. Jebelin Courtdu, finds in cards an abstract of Egyptian learning, 5. His explanation of the word Taraki, 189. Jailer John, his remarks on card playing about 1508, 100. Geographical cards, 150. German cards, names of the suits, 228. Gittern, guitar, derivation of the word, 25. Goethe's Gotts von Berlichingen, 61. Goethe's observations on the invention of cards, 22. Gouraud, Vincent, a French card manufacturer of the time of Henry Roman IV, 249. Grace's card, 266. Gregory, Doctor, reply of Respecting Cards, 77. Gringanor, Jack, paints cards in 1393, 76. Guevara's epistles translated into French by Guettary, 66. Gilleville's William de Pèlerinage de Elham, 69. Gulden Spill, 74. Gunjafu, the name for cards among the Moslems, in Hindustan, 41. Heineken's Idee Gainer el Dune Collection d'Estamps, 15, 27, 82. Helgen, a name given to woodcuts in Swabia, 87. Heller's History of Wood Engraving cited, 91, 93. Henry Roman VII, a card player, 98. Henry Roman VIII, Act of Parliament against card playing, 108. Henry, Prince of Wales, son of James I, a card player, 125. Heraldic cards, 152. Herrera relates that Montezuma took pleasure in seeing the Spanish soldiers play at cards, 106. Hieroglyphics, 6. Hindustani cards, 3352. Historical cards relating to the Popish plot and the death of Sir E. Godfrey, 153.5. Homer, his notice of the games of Petya and Astragali, 12. Haube against Cartes Royals, 257. Hoyle Edmund, his treatise on whist, 162-170. Hume David, apostrophized as a whist player, 160. Hicks Corner, cards mentioned in, 108. Hyde Dr. T. de Ludis Orientalibus, 16, 265. In Gilby, Sir W.M. His examination on the trial, Lord de Rose versus Cumming, 295. In Gold, a Dominican friar, author of the Gulden Spill, 74. Injunctions to the Clergy, 1559, against card playing, 121. Interpolations of the word carts in Old MSS, 6771. Isis, the Horned, the original of the Virgin with the crescent on her head, 5. Italian names of the suits of French cards, 207. Jackanapes, the probable etymology of the word, 231.5. Jacket Warts Jack o' Hearts, 235. James Roman IV of Scotland, a card player, 98. James I of England, a card player, 126. Jansen's Essai sur l'origine de la gravure, 67. Jeu de Cartes, Barrington's opinion of the signification of the term. Johannot Eloy on the etymology of napes and the invention of cards, 2730. Johnson, Dr. Samuel, his opinion of card playing, 302. Jones, Sir W.M., on chess, 1517. Johnson, Ben, his device for Abel Drugger's sign, 6. Juggling tricks with cards, 118. Junius F., his explanation of the word quartz, 22. Justice Pascasius, his work on gaming, 115, 174, 271. Kartenmacher at Augsburg in 1418, 81, at Ulm, 82. Knave, the original meaning of the word, 231. Lassalle Antinde, author of the Chronicle of Jehan de Saintré, 68. Latrenculi, 12. Lebers, M.C., Etudes historiques sur les cartes à jouer, 8, 23, 73, 103, 132, 155, 211, 13, 217, 220, 249. Lenormand Emile, the Parisian fortune teller, 324. Leo X, a trick of his at cards, 174. List of specimens of cards published by the Society of Bibliophiles Francais, Appendix, number 1, 333. List of works relating to cards, Appendix, number 2, 334. Locke John, his opinion of card playing, 302. Look up the Gamester, 173.6. Loyola, St. Ignatius, wins miraculously at billiards, 292. Lusty Juventus, cards mentioned in, 108. Lily John, represents Cupid and Campas playing at cards, 123. Lindsay Sir David, satirizes the card playing of the clergy in Scotland, about 1535, 110. Machiavelli on Fortune, 10. Madden's Sir F., Privy Purse expenses of the Princess Mary, daughter of Henry Roman VIII, 109. Magasin Pitorsk, article on cards in, 71. Manners in the time of Charles Roman II, 143. George Roman II, 176. Manufacture of cards, extensive in Germany about 1450, 82, at Venice, 1441. In England, 131, 166, 272. Mappa, its ancient meaning, 29. Margaret, daughter of Henry Roman VII, found playing at cards by her affianced husband, James Roman IV of Scotland, 98. Marks of the suits of cards, 206. Martius Galatus speculates on the meaning of the marks of the suits, 93. Mary the Princess, daughter of Henry Roman VIII, afterwards Queen, a card player, 109. Mary, daughter of James Roman II, afterwards queen, a card player, 146. Mazarin, cardinal, played at cards when dying, 310. Meccan, Israel Van, cards supposed to be engraved by, 226. Meerman's reference to the Chronicle of Petit Jehan de Saintré, 68. Menestrier's Pier, Bibliothèque Curieuse et Instructive, 376-80, 191. Murray, the Chevalier de, submits certain questions to Pascal respecting chances at play, 157. See the treatise on probability by Lubbock and Drinkwater, published by the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge, p. 12, 4150. Merrill's The Game of 13. Mucius, De Ludis Graecorum 5. Millen's Description of the Marquis Girolamo's Cards, 229. Morley's Chronicle, 73. Moxon's Cards for Carving, 156. Astronomical Cards, 157. Murner's Chartiludium, or Logical Card Play, 101.5. Mers, C.G. Vaughan, Journal, 75, 81, 85, 133, 226. Murray Neat, in Cumberland, 185. Nabob's The Meaning of the Word, 22. Nabi and Napes, Speculations on the Name as Applied to Cards, 22.9. Names of the Suits of Hindustani Cards, 41.2. Of German, Spanish, Italian, and French cards, 228. Given to Coat Cards, 208, 211, 215. Of Particular Cards, 265.9. Nash Bow, His Reign at Bath, 171. 9 of Diamonds The Curse of Scotland, 266.8. Knox Ambrosiani, extract from Relative to Card Playing, 303. Omber, Barrington's Conjecture as to the time of its introduction into England, 145. Pope's Description of Frequently Praised, 167. 1 and 30, A Popular Game at Cards in Ireland and Spain, 115. Pair of Cards, the old name for a pack, 269. Pam, the Knave of Clubs, 269. Pamphlets with titles borrowed from the Game of Cards, 138. Paris, Mons, Paulin, his collation of MSS, of W.M. de Guilleville's poem of the Pilgrimage of Man, 70, his conjectures respecting the name Valery on a knave of cards, 218. Parson, that loved gaming better than his eyes, 321. Paston Marjorie mentions cards as a Christmas game, about 1484-97. Paynot's analyzed de recherches sur les cartes à jouer, 20, 69, 81-6, 259, 265. Pepin Nicolas, said to be the inventor of cards, 23. Pepys's Diary, 146. Pirlimpimpim, the by name of an Italian juggler in 1622, 117. Fair's Book of Precedents, 121. Picture Cards in Cotta's Card Almanac, 259. Piazzi Mrs. refers to the game of the Four Kings, 20. Piquet, the meaning of the game explained by Pierre Daniel, 209. Platina B, cards mentioned by, 93. Pollux Julius, his account of the game of Petea, 13. Pomegranate, a mark on cards, 226. Poupart C, pays Gringanor for cards in 1393, 74. Prayer Book, The Soldiers, in a Pack of Cards, 321. Prayers, playing for, 311. Price of a pack of cards in the time of Roger Ascham, 133, in the reign of Queen Anne, 167. Process of card making at de la Rue and Cos, 272. Prodigal, picture of a 163. Protestants of Ireland, in the reign of Queen Mary, how saved from persecution, 327. Pulcis Morgante Magurati Nabi, 234. Quartz 22. Quatuor Reges, a game so called, mentioned in the wardrobe accounts of Edward I, 1864. Queen, none in the earliest European cards, 15. Choir, derivation of the word, 25. Rabelais, translated by Urquhart, 19. Rabbinical treatise against gaming, 31620. Riefenberg, the Baron de, his account of a woodcut discovered at Malines, with the supposed date 1418, 86, mistakes the Spanish soda for a female, 229. Rennell, Dr. Thomas, his sermon against gaming, 187. Republican cards, 253-6. Ray M. on cards 7. Ringhiri Cento Giuaci Liberali, 53. Rives the Abbé, Éclaircissements historiques sur les cartes à jouer, 66. Rocca, Angelus Commentarius contra Ludum Illyrum, 61. Rogers represents the followers of Columbus playing at cards, 105. Rollins, Sam, his Knave of Hearts and more knaves yet, 134-7. Roy's, William, Satire on Cardinal Wolsey, 109. Russia, Great Consumption of Cards in, 272. Sadler's Sir Ralph, State Papers, 112. Saint Foy's Historical Essays on Paris, 123. Saintre, Petit Jahenda, 68. Sales, St. Francis de, a card player when young, 309. Sandro di Pipazzi, cards mentioned in a Ms. work of his, 65. Sarasperiensis, Joannes, 62. Satirical cards, French, about 1819, 264. Scon Erhard, cards of his designing, 238. Sciential and grammatical cards, 139-41. Sex of the East India Company, 32. Seymour's Court Gamester, 168. Shepherd W., His England's Balm, 141. Sheridan's Character of the East India Company, 32. Shuffler's Diplomatic, 181. Singer's Researches into the History of Playing Cards, 7, 131, 147, 223, 238. Skelton's Bogue of Court Card of 10, 234. Soley's Virgil, cards of his designing, 238. Salmi Thomas, the Bushop's Poor Thresher, uses the term yak and napes, 233. Soda, the Spanish name for the Knave of Cards, 229. South Sea Bubble, cards ridiculing the speculators, 169. Spada, a weapon figured in Baker and Coase eclectic cards, 261. St. Christopher, woodcut of, with the date 1423, in Earl Spencer's collection, 86. Stenciling, early cards executed by means of, 83. Stevens Henry relates an anecdote of a losing gamester's swearing, 312. Strutt's Sports and Pastimes, 107. Stubbs Philip, his opinion of playing at cards and other games, 124 on roughs, 165. Stukely Doctor, old cards formerly belonging to, 205. Suits of cards, names of 228, 230. Sunday card playing on, 146. Suer Mira, the title of a rabbinical treatise against gaming, 317. Swabbers, 161. Swearing, a vice to which gamesters are prone, 311. Tahirs, a Spanish name for gamesters, etymology of the word, according to Diego del Castillo, 115, 116. Taj or Taz, a name for cards in Hindustan, 41. Talai, 11. Taraki or tarots, 195. Tarotiers, French card makers called by this name in 1594, 272. Tax on cards, when first levied in England, 131. Taylor, the water poet, his picture of a prodigal, 163. Taylor, Dr. Jeremy, on card playing, 297-300. Teniers, in a picture represents two soldiers playing at cards in the hall of the high priest, 123. Terms used at the game of cards in Hindustan, 43. Thiers, Dr. J.B., his Traité des Jeux 80, 293, 309, 311. Thimblerig superseded by railway speculation, 101. Toplady, the Reverend Augustus, on card playing, 300. Townshend, Lord George, caricatures ascribed to, 184. Transformation of cards, 260. Turner, Sharon, his derivation of the word jackanapes, 231. T.W., the initials of the engraver of a pack of cards of the 15th century, 222. Urquhart Sir Thomas, his translation of Rabelais, 19. Valerie, a name on an old knave of hearts, 217. Valet, the original meaning of the word, 231. Vega, Garcilaso de la, his account of the Spanish soldiers manufacturing cards, 106. Vishnu, incarnations of, in a pack of Hindustani cards, 3640. Firge, furs, the Queen at chess, 1521. Visconti, Philip, Duke of Milan, cards painted for him, 230. Valet Jean, a French card manufacturer, 132. Volpato Mons, cards formerly belonging to, 221. Ward Samuel, preacher of Ipswich, his Woe to Drunkards, 130. Wesley John, sometimes sought an answer by lot, 129. Fond of whist when a young man, 301. Whist, its relation to chess, 17. A game of English origin, 165. White's Coffee House, 161-2. Club at, 178. Wilson, Mr. T, old cards engraved on copper, formerly belonging to, 224. Wilson, Professor, on card playing in the Knox Ambrosiany, 337. Wood engraving, the earliest with an authentic date, 85. Worcester, Council of, Prohibitions and its Canons, 62. Uruk, a leaf, the name for a card with the Moslems in Hindustan, 25. Xavier, St. Francis, card playing in the East in his time, 53. His lenity towards gamesters, 307. Jackanapes, the knave of cards, 233. Zanny, P on the Pipazi Miz, 65. C&J Adlard, printers Bartholomew Close. ++ transcriber's note. Minor typographical errors have been corrected without note where the author's original intent was clear. Punctuation and spelling were made consistent when a predominant form was found in this book, otherwise they were not changed. Ambiguous hyphens at the ends of lines were retained. Mid-paragraph illustrations have been moved between paragraphs, and some illustrations have been moved closer to the text that references them. The list of illustrations, paginations, and those in-image captions were not corrected. Italicized words are surrounded by underline characters, like this. Superscript characters are preceded by a caret, as in NO or Roman 14 me. Footnotes were moved to the ends of the chapters in which they belonged and numbered in one continuous sequence. The pagination of index entries which referred to these footnotes was not changed to match their new locations, so they refer to the pages in the main text where the footnotes are referenced. The index entry for manufacture of cards, extensive, at Venice, 1441, lacked a page reference. That text was found to be on page 194 and was added to the index entry. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Facts and Speculations on the Origin and History of Playing Cards by William Andrew Chatto.